Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Now that we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand, now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teacher. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them There are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people who die and get born. Why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now we see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man as totality ready for this transformation?
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It's September 28th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants. And of course, the intro video was done a number of years ago, but there is a party planned on this planet, and maybe we're seeing some of the first adventurers that are heading our way. As Mr. Keshe said, they're quite curious of how mankind has gotten this knowledge of transmutation. Of course, they're flying in the matter state or traveling in the matter state, but this workshop 609, again, he said he never plans a workshop, but this workshop was planned, and he's been following these objects for a while. And they could have, if they choose to have an interaction, which it looks like they may, have a great impact on mankind's future. We have to learn a lot of these things, even though it's all been taught in the workshops and so on. But one of the things we've been waiting for is this peace, and perhaps they'll bring more systems to provide that peace. Right now, I think they're learning something about our intellect and something about our emotions. And this is what's happening at this period. But it was an amazing revelation to me. After all the UFOs videos I've listened to on YouTube and other ways, people that have retrieved craft never talked about this shielding that they use as most of the UFOs in the universe travel as meteorites, which I never was aware of. Apparently, there's a little seed inside many of these asteroids or meteorites because they get constantly hit, and this is just a dimension of protection. They haven't learned the other type of protection. So this is quite a revealing workshop, but again, the scientists are puzzled. The governments are a bit puzzled about this, and perhaps they choose to ignore it, but the knowledge seekers have been briefed way in advance. And as he said in the intro video, which we'll put in the chat, you'll see them by the thousands. It won't be one or two anymore. It'll be hundreds and thousands in the skies and above the skies of this planet as they welcome the birth of the new child. That could still be some time off, but apparently we're having maybe the first interaction with citizens of the universe, and that was the whole process of Mr. Keshe's working, is to bring mankind into understanding this universal condition in a way. Even though they're in the matter state, they're quite advanced, but it was just an amazing amount of revelation in this workshop. But before we go any further, let's review the World Peace Treaty if we can, and then we can go back. If you had something to say, just make a quick note and we'll go right to it. This is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website, on search engines. This is the document the world leaders will sign, the world religious leaders were signed, and many knowledge seekers have already signed, even though they didn't realize the full impact of it. I always thought it was being peaceful to just another man, perhaps. But now we know there's many other entities on this planet, vertical and horizontal, and other things that we may not be as peaceful with as we thought we were. So this is a part of the ethos. Remember, we're adding to man's knowledge with a new science. We're adding to man's knowledge with a new ethos, and we're adding to man's knowledge with a new language. I think Randy is that the one you put in the chat, Randy?
That's correct. That's the message you just played.
Message to humanity. I had to ask Raphael because they play that message to humanity many times at the end of their public sessions. And so he pointed out that was the video. I couldn't remember. I kept thinking it was from a knowledge seekers workshop, but it was actually from a One Planet program. And that's interesting because it says, I went to the Keshe Foundation. Here's our Spaceship Institute, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, where it has playlists, live videos, and a home page. And when I put the 114th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is a program that happens every Tuesday in the public Zoom room, it was only a 10-minute recording. And I did not see that particular offer within this workshop. So maybe the whole workshop didn't get put up there. So if anyone goes there and looks for the 114th, as we learned, let's see here, it was supposedly about 43 minutes into the actual workshop, I think. So just to, in case you go there and you're looking for this precise recording, I didn't find it. Let's see, it says it's from the 114th One Nation, One Planet, One Race from 43 minutes and 45 seconds. So just to point out, if you go to the Spaceship Institute, there could be a bit of an anomaly there. But we have the recording. Thank you, Randy, in the chat. Now let's go to our, back to the world peace, because this is the whole process. It's not the end all, but it's just the beginning of getting to the next step in interaction with the universal community. As Mr. Keshe said, if the craft coming in, and again, we see them as comets or asteroids or something we haven't seen before, but he said if they were hostile, they would have used a different gap. They wouldn't have used that 17-second gap, and they would have probably done some other things or different trajectories or something else. So it apparently looks as if they're more curious, and the curiosity stems out of the man's ability to learn the transmutation. And this is the way the creator travels. As Mr. Keshe has always said, if they knew or understood the way the creator travels, they would not be in a physical craft. And this is the gift, or what's being brought. And as he said, some knowledge seekers have actually transmuted already. And of course, we do this in the dimension of energy when we close our eyes and go to sleep. We've been told to call it a dream, but it's actually the work of the soul expanding its fields and interacting without moving the physicality. And so this is part of this whole process, I think, that's going on now with this interaction. But as Mr. Keshe repeatedly has told us, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to open up this knowledge. And of course, it's very deep. And even said these citizens are in rather, maybe they're newcomers, I think he said, and they're don't look as if they're highly intelligent, but again, they have a step over humanity, or humanity has a step over them, I think, with the transmutation, but far advanced technology. So this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, where we become peaceful in all our works, thinking peace, speaking peace, and acting peaceful. And that's the gift of the three wise men. But this is something that was brought forth by the Keshe Foundation. And it's really between you and your soul. We don't actually collect them, I guess, unless you're a private student. But it's between you and your soul. And if you don't know where your soul is, it's all been taught within the teachings. We can point it out to you in seconds. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I don't know if it's big enough. Let me see if we can just make it a little bit bigger. Would anyone like to volunteer and read the World Peace Treaty? And that is one of the things he said. He said that we would actually, these beings may become followers of ours in a way as we become the teachers of them. But the one thing we don't carry in this process is the peace yet. And I think he mentioned that within the workshop. Anyone want to read the World Peace Treaty? It won't bite you or eat you. I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. You can delete as appropriate. Simply put your name and signature, position on behalf of, again, the nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, or as an individual. And I think this is another important part of this treaty, have it witnessed, of course. I think you just created, whether you signed it or not, just by explaining it, you've created sort of a reactor right here. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, these rocks that are coming in, as Mr. Keshe said, they probably will not have a human face, but they will have one of the faces of the Creator from the universe. And as we understand that the Creator shows himself in trillions of different faces across the universe, as he's part of the entire creation. So whatever we see, whether it's visible or invisible, is in a way a face of the Creator. And I think we're just starting to broach the subject. Again, maybe they're going to fly through, but as Mr. Keshe indicated, they seem to be slowing down and perhaps starting to shed some of the material that is used by them as protection when they're out into the galaxy. So again, protection in the matter state, if I was to use my pen and I can't, for some reason I was testing it earlier, They're creating, and of course we'll hear this. Let's see if we can draw something here. But anyway, with the more advanced UFOs, they don't cover, yeah, see, it just disappeared. They actually have three shields around them in the energy dimension, in the plasmatic spherical, and one goes, let's say, clockwise, one goes counterclockwise, and one goes again clockwise. And this is in the front and the top and the bottom of the craft like a spherical shield. And what it actually does is causes any sort of objects to basically probably go to atomic or even lower. There's no explosions or anything like that. That's a more advanced craft. These crafts seem to have created materials around the UFO. And this is what Mr. Keshe said we missed in Beijing. He was actually showing us this process. Would anybody like to comment either on the intro video, Message to Humanity, or anything about this workshop? I know it was quite exciting. Again, 20 years ago, people would laugh about UFOs. They had massive disinformation campaigns. Some of them might have been real, but most of them were written off. And I'm sure as we heard rumors of President Nixon taking one of the comedians, entertainers, Jackie Gleason, to some secret base somewhere and showing him some of the bodies that apparently had been recovered. But again, most of the knowledge is hidden from humanity. Just the way Mr. Keshe said on some of the drawings that Rick brought up from Wikipedia and from NASA, they're disregarding another part of the object with the 300 other little what look like rocks, but apparently came from the same source. They have UFOs embedded in them. Again, shall we summarize the 609? Shall we let Mr. Keshe explain more? I've written a number of pages, which I can go through in a few minutes, just what sort of highlighted to me. But anyone else have something they'd like to share about the workshop? Has anyone been interested in UFOs? Let's see. I did write a few pages here. Anyone?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about, maybe Alex can get into that,
Sure.
About this prime number 17 and how it relates to plasma. How were they able to pick it up? What is the significance? What are we, or what is the Earth, planet Earth? What is signal is being sent out that they are picking up to know that this is connected to us, our emotions? And what are they sending out as part of UFO? What signal are they sending out that we are picking up and then able to interpret that this is relating to our emotions?
Yeah.
According to Mr. Keshe, he said something about the 17 interval. So are they turning off? Like, you know how Morse code comes on and off, that it disappears after 17 interval, that it becomes significance for us.
He said, I never heard Mr. Keshe mention this 17-minute, but he said we have tested the 17-minute or 17-second phenomena, which apparently creates an emotion. It's a factor of 17, works in our system, and this factor of 17, how it affects our position. This is a reason we use this figure 17. Again, he said they've used it. We did a test. I show you because we are very straightforward. He said they've used a fraction of this system in some of the tests with us. He wasn't specific as whether it was in a workshop or in the Friday sessions. But Alex, if you'd like to, maybe you're familiar with the 17-minute, 17-second, where now you see me down, now you don't on the UFO. This is, I think, what the scientists are puzzled by.
I am puzzled by it as well, and I just have a few personal observations that I could add. The first thing that comes to mind is that Um, 17 is a number that keeps coming up in terms of confidentiality or classification levels or secrecy levels or something like that. And it just seems like a strange number. The thing is, it's asymmetric, meaning it's uneven. The thing that I'm alluding to here is that fundamentally oxygen is gravitational, and it's a key component of this planet. And so 2 oxygens would be 18. I'm sorry, 6 and 6, 8 and 8 is 16, excuse me. And 3 carbons are 18. And so they are symmetric, but they're not 17. They're either above 17 or below 17. And then there's that other anomaly where we have the 2 oxygens with the 1 carbon. So 8 and 8, 16, and the carbon brings it up to 22. But the most important thing is that hydrogen is 1. And so if we go back to the original example, 3 carbons minus 1 hydrogen is 17, or 2 oxygens plus 1 hydrogen is 17. And so what I'm suggesting here is that we know that the oxygen is gravitational, we know the hydrogen is magnetical. And in the structure of light, you have to go from one stable form to another stable form. So there has to be a transmission of some sort. So in the physicality, it could be a transmission. In the movement from one level to another, it would be a transition. And then in the physical and plasmatic movement capabilities, it's basically the difference between a neutron and an atom. And that would be a PM tick, which would be the 1 again. And so I think all of this has a reference to do with that. And since I don't have access to the confidential information or advanced research, this is purely speculation. But these are the thoughts that came to my mind when I first heard the reference to that number. Back to you.
But Alex, what do you think? In a sense, we have 17 as a prime number, and there's always some type of connotation of meaning with prime numbers. If hydrogen is 1, 1 is a prime number, and then we have 3, 3 is a prime number, and 1 and 3 has significance in plasma, but then other prime numbers, I think 13, we have 17. Is there a formula, or is there a way to associate prime numbers with plasma?
Well, I think the key thing is the gravitational stability, because energy is always in motion. When you're talking about the prime number, I'm thinking that the prime number has more to do with the transition than anything else. Because, if you're looking at basic connections with respect to carbon, for instance, 2 carbons are 12, or the isotope is 14, or it's 16. Now, when you get to the extreme connection of the isotopes of carbon, now you're looking at carbon 16, or you could be looking at oxygen 16, which would be 8 and 8. And what is the difference between the two? Well, the oxygen is highly gravitational and being in the physical realm, whereas the carbon 16 would be highly plasmatic. And the way to move between the two is with the unit. There's the single unit, the PM tick. And the PM tick in its own existence is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it comes to a mass of 1. but it also has the capability of existing within the physical realm as a gas or in the plasmatic realm as a PM tick. So I think this is the reference that's behind it. And so to look at a prime number as a foundational cornerstone is, I think, the wrong way to go about it. I think it is, we have to understand that these sums are always in motion. So, you know, there's a flipping of the poles. So if it goes from 16 to 17 and then from 17 to 18 and then from 18 to 17 and 17 to 16, this is what I'm saying. So it becomes a two-way street. And because of the conservation law of energy, if 18 minus 1 is 17, then 16 plus 1 is 17, whether it be in the physical state or in the plasmatic state. So it represents a convergence of the two different fields. And every time there's a convergence of two different fields, there's an inertia product. And that inertia product has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship to exist. So I think what we're looking at is not a static, but there's a reference to pulsing. And that pulsing seems to indicate movement from one stability to another stability. That to me constitutes a pulse, and that constitutes a communication. And then when you look at the connection to the emotion as part of the transmutation process, then when we look at the other pulsing that is predominant in our life, and that is the heartbeat, that too pulses. But, you know, 17 may, and again, I'm just speculating, may be a connection, but it also is a factor when you start to take into consideration multiples. So like 17 or 34 or 51. And this is why we have so many different masses on the periodic table of elements, because these are all, shall we say, multiples of the basic root. And the basic root is in the emotion and how it communicates. And then from there comes the manifestation. I hope I'm simple enough in my thinking there but you know, it just
Yes, yeah, yeah. You said every knowledge counts. Yes, indeed. Thanks.
Anyone else want to add why science is seeing 17-minute pulses and why this is important to a lot of our work? Because 17 has a specific scientific reason. And what this does to a lot of you, it has a psychological effect, and it has a specific characteristics on the body of the man. But what's happening in these 17 seconds, he's not exactly telling us, or what fields or what's happening. It does a lot of things, which brings in a lot of emotions into play. Again, he said they were trying to learn our intellect and our emotion.
Yeah, I have a comment, and
Yeah.
that is, I have always wondered about the measurement unit. Is that an arbitrary unit, the minute, or the second, or the meter, or the any of those things? They could be different. We could have a decimal system, or we could have something that's based on 12, like some other people have used in the past. So I don't know exactly about when we measure something in 17 seconds, if that's even significant.
Is this where the object disappears for the 17 seconds? Then
Yeah, but I mean, why? What is a second?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why is it measured in seconds? It's just like we use centimeters or inches or something else. It's a matter of definition. How was it chosen, and what is, what's 17 seconds?
Yeah. But it's pulsing 17 minutes.
That, yes. But what's the significance of the 17 then?
Well, let's remember that nitrogen is the most ubiquitous element in the atmosphere, and that NH3 would be a nitrogen 14 plus 3 hydrogens. That would give you 17. And it is nestled in between carbon and oxygen on the periodic table of elements.
I understand that, but I don't understand the why we have this definition and why the definition that we call seconds is so significant, or any other tool. The number of items, yes, but not the measurement unit.
And he said this also gave him an indication that there's life inside this, intelligent life inside this meteor.
Yeah, maybe I have to ask Mr. Keshe.
We can look at those graphs later. Let's go to the announcements if we can, and see how Mr. Keshe has updated us in a way this week. Again, the Keshe Foundation store, the One Nation Network. He said that One Nation Network would be able to provide some sort of communication on the soul or energy level with these entities through the emotion. Apparently, they've developed a system within the foundation to be able to communicate, or this group has to develop their own communication to communicate with us. And as he said, these One Nation Network system cannot be replicated. He said impossibility unless they teach it or release some sort of codes. So let's hear the announcements. It's only 7 minutes, and then we can go back perhaps to Rick's question and learn more. Anyone else want to say anything about this 17 or this sort of pulsing or what's going on? I know it has the scientists baffled. The governments are walking away, and NASA and other space agencies are not releasing the whole picture. But we've certainly been briefed more than any other place, I think, on the planet as far as what's incoming.
So,
yes?
Mark, saying that we have the and we have, never mind that, 16 and 18. And in a way, we're transitioning,
Gail?
and we either become gravitational or magnetical.
Gail?
And the time that we are transitioning is 17 seconds. Is that what you're saying?
Gail, we only heard the last 15 seconds of your statement. No. Can you hear me? I put it in the chat.
Maybe Alex is busy again.
No, Alex?
Yes?
Here.
Did you hear what I was asking?
No. Okay, I think she just dropped out. Let's give her a minute to come back in. I didn't hear it. I don't know if anyone else heard Gail's question. Again, it's probably a bandwidth issue. We heard the last 15 seconds, but we didn't hear the beginning part. But she wanted to say something, I think, on the 17th. Anyone else while we're waiting for Gail to rejoin us? Okay, Gail is back. Let's just let her.
I wonder, Mark, if these blackouts Mr. Keshe is talking about of 17 minutes are the blackouts on some of their instruments. Is that how long their instruments were down? Was 17 minutes?
I don't know. he did say they would definitely, the larger one, the Swan. Remember, there's two objects that were discussed in the workshop, the Swan and the Three-Eye Atlas.
No, talking about the three eye. I think it's appear and disappear. That's what he's talking about. He appears and disappears.
Okay, Gail, you're back. Can we try that question one more time on the 17?
Can you hear me?
This time, so far, so good.
Okay. 17, the number, is transitioning between 16 and 18. So we have gravitational and magnetical. So does it mean that for 17 seconds, we're in the middle of the transition at last? So it remains 17 for that 17 seconds? I wasn't clear on that.
He did say there's a specific scientific reason for this, which I think he'll explain in the future. But one of the references he made in the workshop was that if they were hostile, they would not have chosen the gap of 17. So again, clues as you become a passenger of the universe, you kind of know what different things mean.
So a gap, the gap will indicate the strength. Like when, yeah, like if you have a larger gap, then you could be in another universe and doing your nano coding with large gap.
Could be. Anyone?
Did you hear that?
Yes, yes, we heard it.
Okay. All right, we'll ask Alex later.
Okay, good. Alex, make a note. You're going to get that question again. All right, let's go to the announcements. There's 6 minutes or so, and then we will go to the first question I think that Rick asked, and we can go back and hear what Mr. Keshe said when he showed a little bit about the graph and the 17 seconds. Or again, let's just see what we can absorb from this beautiful transmission, and very enlightening to me. Never realized that most of the UFOs travel with this sort of material, matter state material on them. Not that each and every asteroid or meteorite is a UFO within there, but apparently if you know how to identify it, you can realize that there is actual intelligent life, and how they shed that material as they come into cleaner and cleaner environments. Gail, I thought of you when you talk about the plasma going into the neutron or the cylindrical shape, and then upon arrival going back into a spherical or plasmatic shape. He said this object should have gone into the spherical by now, and he's wondering why it has not. In other words, started to drop or shed some of that material, revealing the shiny craft, or perhaps a UFO within it. Any comments? Has anyone ever heard it put that way before?
No, it's all new.
Yes.
And all I know is that the cylindrical shape, when you're moving in the universe, the light ray or whatever is much faster than the circular spherical shape that the Malgrave holds.
Right.
So cylindrical.
Yeah. As he said, this craft is rather an old system. I don't think he said they reached 60,000. They haven't reached the speed of light or anything, probably 60,000 kilometers per second, which again is immensely fast. But nothing compared to traveling the way the creator travels. You don't have to go for a decade to travel across the galaxy in a matter state craft. You're there instantaneously through the transmutation, and this is what they're curious about. Why has man, this is what Mr. Keshe assumes they're curious about. How has man gained access to this transmutation knowledge? Okay, let's go to the announcements from 609.
All right, we are back again at the 609th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, September 25th, 2025. And as I mentioned, it's the second part of the show, so we will have that opportunity to ask questions. But before...
Okay, but even before that, let's just, when Mr. Keshe refers to the One Nation Network, we're just going to go quickly to the store, and you can read this for yourself. But in this workshop, he has referenced, again, the One Nation Network. This is the system that's going to actually deliver some of the technologies. But right now, it's a gaming platform. By playing the game called Enlightenment, which will be part of this One Nation Network, you will have the ability to earn a Keshe coin. And it's not a typical cryptocurrency, it's a gaming coin. And that coin, as you earn more and more points or coins with it, you'll be able to shop within the Keshe Foundation store at this time. And you can see some of the amazing plasmatic, all of these products are for the elevation of the soul of the man, even though they may satisfy other things. But you can go through it, and this store probably has 150 products in it now, but it'll expand into thousands in the future, or even tens of thousands of product in the future. So by playing the Enlightenment game, which all you need is a Keshe Coin ID wallet. And there's more to it, but right now it's just put forward. So to get into the whole structure, you'll need €99 plus the value added tax. You set up your Keshe Coin, your ID, your wallet. This is where you would store your points or coins earned on the Keshe Foundation by playing the game of enlightenment. This is where you teach yourself to be peaceful, in a way. And in that process, you're earning these coins or partial coins, and then you can shop with them within the Keshe Foundation store. And that's the way it's put forward. Anyone else want to add anything else about this One Nation Network, this gaming coin? But the technology will be delivered in the future through the One Nation Network, some of the technology perhaps, or most of it. As he said, he's setting up a grid. And now more and more units are out for tests. I think they're up to 10. And once this is done, they're going to place an order for about 250 of these units here to be brought in. This is the One Nation Network. And this is where everyone receive at the point of birth 1,000 Keshe coins, as I understand it. But just playing the game Enlightenment right now, as I think it says here, you can earn a living from it, perhaps in some parts of the world. I was just going to look where he said that, or what was typed here. Right here, let's see. This is a unique decentralized network. You earn back what you paid in. That's if people buy the actual network unit for about €2,000 plus the value added tax. Let's see here. Helping humanity mature and unity and peace. You could earn an income if you choose to, or you can opt out of the payment to you. Okay, that's what it is. I thought it was in here about playing the game. But you can earn Keshe coins or percentage of coins by playing the Enlightenment game. That I know for sure. And you can use those to shop within the Keshe Foundation store. All of the products are, again, made for the elevation and enlightenment of the soul of the man. And this is the way the technology is going to get delivered across this planet and a mesh, he said, across the universe. in due time. Okay, let's go back to what we were just looking at, the announcements. Any thoughts, questions, comments?
That Mr. Keshe likely has something, a thing or two he would like to say before we begin that process. And I expect today will be no different.
Not really. We've just been occupied with a lot of things as usual, working very hard to work with the governments, work with the militaries, work with the expansion of these units for everyone. And at the same time trying to upload, upgrade, and understand other part of the technology. The next step for us, as we'll ask very soon to join us, is production of the what we call intelligence system using PICO materials.
And maybe later on, Alex, since you've been showing us a little bit of the PICO and somewhat of a representation of what it looks like, we can open this PICO material understanding up a little bit more. Again, I think the creation starts from small and builds up to the matter state. This is what I'm thinking. I remember Mr. Keshe saying the creator is small, weak, and a giver. So this is the giving and the interaction of fields, which eventually comes up from below PICO, into nano, and then into the matter state. And perhaps we can get a better understanding with one of your slides.
Which will change the world of the computers immensely. This is the next target for us because everything else is getting developed. And the flight systems is partially of all what you see, what we explained, or what the scientists tell us, the SWAN system which they detected recently, what I call the R2, carries huge or exposes huge amount of never could be thought of CO2, which now we understand is a combination of interaction of the fields on this planet. It has to do, and it comes because that system is more advanced. It's carried of the carbon-14 conversion system.
So again, he sort of indicated that they're from the same or something, the R2 and the 3I, but yet he says the systems within those two UFOs are different, where the SWAN has a C14 conversion type of system, where the 3I has a more ancient system. And again, just to go back to the Keshe Foundation store, if we could, let's see if we can just go back here. And as Mr. Keshe said, one of the reasons, or probably one of the primary reasons they're here, is because they're trying to understand how did mankind get access to the transmutation knowledge. And here, for the last, I'd say 3 years or so, there's been transmutation tests going on, and some of the knowledge seekers have actually transmuted, and the next one is coming up in October. So and there may be 2 sessions within October. I think he referenced that. So it's a $500 fee plus the value-added tax. Again, you come in with some headphones, maybe 2 sets of headphones, one you may hold and one you may put on your head, or depending on what the instructions are. And you go through a few hours of pretty much silence where the system is being used. But I think this is what the citizens of the universe are perhaps hearing through the grapevine, that the transmutation and with some success is actually happening on this planet in this location. He said this is what they're curious about. How did we gain access to the knowledge of transmutation? And as he said, they're very good with the transition. And they may be able to do some transmutation on a short distance, but not across long distances. As he said, those two craft sort of meeting together. One is like a supply ship and the other is a carrier, and they may be transferring crew members or materials or even handing off a system for this planet. They'll do all of that behind the sun, but it's not because they don't want us to see them. I don't think they're, as he said, they're not afraid of us. But this is perhaps what has triggered their interest, that the transmutation is being taught on this planet. And so they're headed this way. As he said, almost like a child running to the mother to get the cookies or something. So maybe in the future, you may see some of these citizens in the transmutation test. We don't know, but it's open to everyone. And again, it's not so much a cumulative process. You can join at any time, but you're part of, in a way, bringing enlightenment to the rest and even to the universal community. Okay, let's go back to our announcements just to show you where you can, and everyone here knows, I believe, but for those who may listen to this at another time in another place or may get touched. And again, if you're a little apprehensive about this transmutation, remember you're doing it when you go to sleep and you have a dream. They told us to call it the dream. So you're already doing it, but if you don't want to actually put yourself in that position to test, you can always buy a gift for someone else who would like to participate and just make a donation to the Keshe Foundation. And this would allow others to participate, which is the development for the entire structure. So again, this is part of keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity, is allowing the knowledge to develop and not get stifled in the big corporations and, as we heard in videos, pay billions of people billions of dollars to find out. This is allowing the technology to get developed purely within the Keshe Foundation structure. But again, everything costs funds to do. Any comments from anyone? Okay.
And it releases this CO2, massive amount of CO2 out of interaction of the field of the solar system, and it doesn't do it in the space. Solar system has a habit of creating a magnetic field in the region of the iron, which is oxygen 4, and it sits with the carbon 14. In a way, if the scientists look further in, they see.
Any comments on the iron is oxygen 4? I know he talked about the nickel being at the isotope of iron 56, and this is what's drawing, they're not burning anything, at least in the 3i. They're getting pulled towards the sun, apparently, because of the nickel being at the strength of iron, and the solar system has a propensity to build iron or create iron. Again, I'm only understanding a fraction of this. Anyone want to add?
Well, you're just reinforcing why I have felt that this reference to number 17 is somehow entwined with these numerical references that he keeps making, such as the relationship of multiple oxygen to iron and others. So I think when we're looking at this, at these numbers, and when we're adding the context of scientific requirements, then these observations are significant. And you know, we can't fudge them. They have to be very, very specific so that we achieve a very specific outcome.
Alex, did you see what I put in the per GPT chat? In plasma cosmology, the number 17 is significant because it shows up as a threshold value in plasma physics, where turbulence gives way to structured magnetic filamentary order, a transition that mirrors cosmic creation.
Wow, you've just absolutely reinforced what I was speculating on. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Any others, or Alex, did you have more?
No, I think you made a very strong point there, and that we need to be firm in understanding the difference between stability and movement.
Right. Again, I think I'm leaning towards Mr. Keshe rather than Chat GPT, but in the future, all of this, as he said, with this new computer network in the Pico materials, I think we'll be able to access, and somehow the computer systems will have some sort of emotion and intelligence embedded in it that we can be accessed from once you wear a certain system and you're sort of trained to do it, you can access it remotely just through the emotions, or the emotions and intellect put together. This is what it seems to me the way it's going when he talked about the head unit and then the chest unit. But he said this is the next step on the horizon, was to be introduce these Pico materials into the computer industry. And of course, that's been going on in the background, I would say, for probably a long time.
Carbon 14, oxygen 14, not oxygen 16. And this does not create on Earth, we cannot do it. But in fact, we see two reflections of the same atom.
And I thought that was another point that I haven't heard, two reflections of the same atom. So that, anyone want to comment on that? Two materials or two energies reflecting from the same atom? This is what he's saying? Was he referring to the nickel and the iron, or was he referring to the oxygen and something else? Okay.
Does he mean point of view, which way you look at it?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Absolutely. And no one has the right to tell you how to look at it, as I understand it. This is all about you and your interpretation and understanding the way it pleases you. As he said, we have no right to anyone else's half-life.
See, that's to be a CO2. I'll explain this one day. It's the backbone of the structure of the physicality in many, many galaxies.
Maybe we'll hear that again, because he said he would explain this one day. He's got a long list of explaining, as I understand it.
But that doesn't mean we can't try. The backbone of physicality that should involve inertia, right? That it's like a slow down. Physicality is a slow down of the magnetic field. So, and on this planet, we have oxygen. So if we're talking about the backbone of physicality, what element constitutes that type of inertia? I thought inertia is in every dimension, but physicality, it's is the lowest of the magnetic field. So what could be the backbone of every physicality? That's an interesting question.
I see your mic is open. I'm going to mute it unless you were ready to speak. Okay.
Go ahead.
Gotcha. All right. I backed it up a little bit. He said he would explain more in the future about this.
But in fact, we see two reflections of the same atom, and they consider this to be a CO2. I'll explain this one day. It's the backbone of the structure of the physicality in many, many galaxies. But we're still looking. We are looking for knowledge seekers to purchase more of these units that we can bring this system in with what we call universal systems. We have received offers and people who made commitments and are fulfilling their commitments, and we are moving forward. 4 more units, which is the part of our system, will be handed over to us next few days, which brings the total system operational to 10 around the world.
And again, I think he's going to say that they're getting ready to place an order for 250, but we need 2,000 to have a stable network. So there's probably many in the works. People are still fulfilling their commitments to buy this structure, but this is again a gaming structure, but there's a lot behind it, I would say. So it's up to the knowledge seekers and others to get involved with this and gift it, as he said, back to humanity, that we can bring the change in the fields and the structure through this network.
And with the control system and the rest of it, and once we do the configuration, the people who are involved are happy with it, then the mass production of the first 200, 250 units will be going ahead in October, and you start receiving your units, and our other structures will supply you the systems which you'll be able to communicate with these 3 eyes. That's one of the beauty of it.
Is that what he just said? You'd be able to communicate with one of these 3 eyes? That's the beauty of it? Is it a portal of sorts, among 1,000 other things?
It has an antenna which interacts with universal communication system. And if you remember, this is what we told you from the beginning. And it has the capability to interact. In a way, governments can directly interact with the system, convert into the language of the soul. And it's very easy. We are producing the material for it, and we are producing the communication system for it.
Everyone knows what the communication of the soul is through, right? The emotions. He said this was the universal language, emotions. So, and again, there's many emotions we haven't been exposed to, and it looks like these citizens are trying to learn some of our emotions, perhaps. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if they appear in the transmutation test. I'm sure they won't be named, but they'll be under a different cover. But that could be happening, or maybe they'll have some private sessions with the foundation. I'm not sure. Probably in exchange for them teaching more about their sort of propulsion and system and what they're doing. He said, this is what man needs to learn, Mr. Keshe was saying, some of the things that they're doing. Even though in the previous or the one before that workshop, he said, most will not travel in the matter state in the UFOs. They'll travel in the universe, they'll travel in the energy dimension. But apparently there's millions or billions of other citizens in the universe, or even trillions, traveling with UFOs. They're not the only ones. There are many traveling in the dimension of energy. Some are traveling in both. They can switch from energy to matter state, and some are, I guess, completely or more or less in a very, very advanced matter state understanding of traveling.
And there's one thing, no one ever can replicate these systems. One day we'll tell you why and how.
So as Ike said, we can still try if that's the way you're going to. I don't need to possess that knowledge, at least at this point. He said one day in the future, they'll release and give you the information why and how. But this is what he said about when he made the energy of gold in Beijing. He said it takes 2 more steps to convert it into the matter state. And he said you can try as hard as you like, but you won't get it. But yes, you're not discouraged from trying. You can try anything you'd like. And Mr. Keshe has always encouraged more lab work. This is one of our shortfalls. But I think that'll go into a bigger research program and directed properly in the future.
Any system, the 10,000 units with the antennas going out of the Keshe Foundation structure can never be replicated, and no one, unless we do with a code, can build such a thing. And there is a reason for it. And that becomes a cornerstone of the world peace and the structure which goes with. Any questions?
Okay, so again, we show you what we do. We don't tell you how we do it, at least at this point. And you can get into the system for 99 euro. So now you're in the system, you have a wallet, you can play the game, you become enlightened. Everyone doesn't need a unit to play the game. This is part of a decentralized structure. Anyone want to make any comments before we go to Rick's question? Again, something I've seen on YouTube. There's probably 500 videos on YouTube. Whether these people are, again, have a full understanding, it doesn't appear to after listening to this workshop, but I didn't even realize there was a second object called the Swan or the R2. Mr. Keshe made a joke and called it R2D2. But so we have two separate objects, but yet they're going to interact probably at a certain point behind the sun. So there's a lot of videos to watch, but it exposed me to these two entities. And as he said, if they were just passing through, they wouldn't have slowed the speed. And of course, the movements and the rest of this. This shows intelligent life within the structure of changing speeds and moving. I think we talked about Halley's Comet in another meeting, and I think that's pretty much on the same pattern, except it gets closer to the sun every time through. Eventually end up being absorbed by the sun or crashing into the sun. But these objects have some very distinct characteristics that apparently the science, the governments, and the other ones are picking up on, but yet frustrated because they're so puzzled about what's happening. But as Mr. Keshe said, go back in the teachings, go back to May, where they showed the gold, go back to the recent teachings, go back 20 years. He says it's all been explained. So we're not newcomers to this knowledge. We may not be able to replicate it, but we certainly conceptually understand. Yes.
So that notion that those stories we used to hear that asteroids are coming to hit the planet, could some of those near misses, definitely they are not spaceships, because otherwise, unless they are running out of brakes or something, but other than that, that could not be considered UFOs because they were trying to crash into Earth.
Well,
could you say that?
That's what they say, but do we know? Or at the last minute, do you put on the brakes and you don't hit the child in the road, even though it looked like you were heading right for it? Again, I'm sure there's some of these civilizations are actually show-offs, you know. Sometimes they like to do something to show off some of their abilities, and maybe flying close by a civilization is one of them. I don't know. But I had heard, as I said earlier in another meeting, that I was reading a headline where they apparently see some sort of object coming in and with the trajectory of hitting the moon. And they're saying, well, we'll probably have to send a nuclear bomb and blow the thing up. Again, this is not the way, as Mr. Keshe said, you can create shielding out of the cosmic ray materials and the object will basically sort of bounce off or have no interaction. This is what it was originally developed for, the cosmic ray material, which you can find in the Keshe Foundation store. He said it was for shielding from meteors and asteroids coming in to hit this planet. So again, they're not all UFOs like a seed within the asteroid or meteorite. But many of them perhaps are, because this is the way they travel in the universe. He said they travel like meteorites or asteroids for protection, not to hide, but for protection. All right, I think we'll go to another enlightening part where Rick asked a couple of questions, I think, regarding the three eyes.
May I?
Oh, please. More the better.
Thanks, Mark. It seems like an earlier comment, I want to put two comments together. One was that they were slowing down, which indicated they wanted to come within our nearness and proximity. And in order to do that, they had to share in the physicality. And there seems to be another connection that has to do with the rock formation as being a shielding. Now, we're familiar with shieldings like heat shields for like the space shuttle, you know, trying to come back and shield itself from, I guess they say friction. But, you know, we have the plasma shielding, because plasma will either be a barrier or it will be a point of absorption. And there's a selection that goes on there as well. So this seems to be an intermediate type of technology, and it seems to be not as well as advanced. I mean,
Yeah,
it appears to be more advanced than the human species, except for the fact that we have been purposely held back. So we do have an advanced capability, but we're being purposely held back to recognize it. So on that basis, we do have that advanced technology, but they are definitely not demonstrating their advanced technology beyond our capabilities, because they're still using rocks, if you will, as the shielding. What it means is that they are definitely susceptible to some kind of physical damage, because that's what the rocks are doing, is providing that shielding. And so it's a physical shielding as opposed to a plasmatic shielding. So that's the reference I just wanted to make.
Right.
Back to you.
Right. No, I was going to say it's just like us hiding behind a wall. You know, if there's something coming in or we get behind a tree, it's all matter state. I mean, it's
Exactly. That's the word. That's beautiful. Yeah.
advanced matter state. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a highly whatever, but they've reached past our understanding. But if you were to draw the more modern versions, again, this is going to disappear probably. We'll try it. Let's see. So we have a UFO. And as he's shown in the drawings, they make all these rocks on them. Okay, so that's the old type. So they get hit, and the rocks absorb it and all that. So they create a matter state wall or layers of wall or whatever. With the new UFOs or with the new system, the way Mr. Keshe taught it, what happens? And now, again, this is two-dimensional, but picture three. One of the fields, plasmatic fields, goes this way around the craft. Here's our craft in the center. A second field then goes in the opposite direction. And a picture again, 360 degrees around the craft, front, back, top, and bottom. So then we go back to the same way, another field around here, and we go this way again. So, and of course, this is out in front of the craft. This is extending far out. So any objects coming in, any sort of objects coming in, once they enter this field, will disintegrate into the atomic or below structure, as I understand it. So you'll still have a shiny craft here, whether you can see it or not, I don't know. But these three fields provide your protection. And it may not be a complete protection either. against every sort of radiation or other things, but any sort of matter state object. So there won't be any explosion. They just sort of melt or go back into the nano or pico material, and you just fly through dust, if even dust, as I understand it. Anyone want to comment on this? But this is the more modern way of flying with the UFO. But again, it's matter state. It's very, very sophisticated. But if you want to travel across galaxies, it may take you a number of lifetimes in the matter state because the gaps are so big. So you move in the dimension of energy, you're there instantaneously. And this is what these citizens want to find out about. And that's why he called the knowledge seekers the darlings of the universe at this point in time, because certain citizens are realizing that the transmutation knowledge is being taught here, perhaps. And as Mr. Keshe said, for those in the universe who hear the voice of me or hear the soul of me, and as he said, we're not teaching for mankind, we're teaching for the universe. Okay, let me erase these drawings. Clear all drawings, and that should take care of that. Okay, that worked. Good. So that's my understanding, but right now they're in matter state, just putting some more padding or material between them and the objects that are hitting. And as he said, the objects are hitting them. They're all scarred up from these interactions at high speeds. Okay, so let's go to Rick's question. It's about 17 minutes. We're coming up on the Dome of Peace, which will cover that as well. But that's the beauty. This is what we've been waiting for, the peace. I think he added a couple other words in there, but this is what mankind has been waiting for in a way. We'll have to see how the governments and the scientific community and the others start to either acknowledge or, again, disregard what's going on. I'm not sure how they're going to handle this, but I'm sure they're having a lot of meetings to discuss what's the plan here. But again, he said these creatures are entities are quite advanced. They're not afraid of us. They're not afraid of us seeing them. It's almost like putting a cat in a room of a lot of mouses. Even if there was 100 mice in there, you think the cat have any fear? And they're not here to harm and destroy. They're just curious. As he said, they would have chosen a different gap and a different trajectory if they were here as a hostile.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. There's a
And didn't Rick pick the perfect background for this? Here are perhaps some of these entities or citizens from the universe having some sort of interactions with scientists, maybe government officials, maybe leading space agencies. And this looks like what could actually take place, either in public or behind the scenes to begin with. I think they've had some behind the scenes meetings in the past, as it's been reported, but Mr. Keshe was saying this is the first time man will have a direct interaction with citizens of the universe.
hand up with Ed, but before we begin that, I'd like to comment or ask a couple of questions regarding the 3I that you introduced us to today. Just let me get up there's a Wikipedia image that.
Feel free to stop it at any time and add your comments. I see Selena has joined us. Welcome, Selena. And Carolyn as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
That I was showing earlier. First of all, we have this image of the brightness of its coma due to the gas molecules, apparently. And that was somewhat interesting. But the part I wanted to bring up right now is the image that we're looking at here, is the top view of the trajectory of the 3I Atlas through the solar system. Now, I thought it was very, very peculiar because, first of all, this being a top view, and the Earth and all the planets are basically on the same plane. They call it the elliptic plane. And the chances of this 3i Atlas object actually coming through on this trajectory at the same elliptic plane as all of the
So we're all clear on the elliptic plane? In other words, the planets circle around pretty much on the same sort of plane, if you know what I mean. And this object has apparently come in on our plane. So if the plane of our solar system is this way, the 3i has entered very close or to the same as our plane. And this would be what we call, let's say, 3i. The other one, and of course, if this went all around, you'd see that plane, and then you'd see all the different planets, and there's, again, more rings, and so on. Now, the R2 object is entering, this one's going to, let's say, enter our plane this way. The R2 maybe is coming in, and I'm not sure, this way. And then, of course, we have the sun in the center of the solar system, and Earth will be here when they interact, or maybe I should put Earth here. And these two will interact on the other side of the sun, approximately here. We won't be able to actually photograph or see the interaction or what's going on. But again, it's not settled that they are stopping here. Certainly the R2, he said, cannot land on this planet. It's much, and they don't land things like that. It's too massive. It's too big. But the 3i has a lot of about 300 little sort of smaller objects that have come out of it to that are trailing, almost like little children. And these objects are the ones that, if an interaction happens, these are the ones that will probably land on Earth. As he said, there may be 10 or 20,000 beings in this craft. Or perhaps the other one, he said, had millions. And these are sort of like something that goes across the universe with all different civilizations, and they create conditions within these millions of souls or millions of individuals, and they create conditions that match your original environment. But this unit here is where he has a concern with the R2 because of the fact, or what they're calling the swan, because of the fact that it normally shows up before or after a disaster or some big event. And he said, perhaps what's happening in Israel and the Middle East, this is what caused Mr. Keshe to take pause, was the swan. He said his heart fell and his throat got stuck, because normally in the universe where you see this craft appearing, they're there to collect something. Okay, let me erase all drawings and we go back. Any comments? Anyone want to add anything? I'm sure I left out more than I included.
Objects in our solar system, even though it's known it doesn't come from our solar system, but it's on that same plane, the chances are 1 in 500 that it would be able to do that, they say. And so it's very, very particular to be on that elliptic plane to start with. And it comes from beyond Jupiter here, and as we'll see in just a minute. And we'll see it start now down below. And it comes up, it comes very, very close to Mars, like about as close as you can get without hitting it, in a way, right there. Has a look at Venus, a little bit of a look at Earth, but look how close it comes to Jupiter. It goes right beside Jupiter, like Hello, Mama, I'm back again or something. You were saying, Mr. Keshe, that this entity seems to be, did you say something was coming back to its source or getting, as Antonio says, is it going near the sun to energize itself as it travels?
Can you freeze this picture?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Take a picture of it and freeze it.
I tried to freeze it, but it just amplified it. Let me try it again here.
Just take a screenshot of it.
I think I have to refresh just a minute. Okay, so I can take a screenshot.
Again, this is the illusion of our present science. When you look at this picture, it's this is how they have made these pictures, and it's not correct.
Okay, so this is the illusion of our present science.
Because tell me when you can screenshot it, or I can write something on it.
Okay, let me put up the screenshot.
Let me see if oh yeah, doesn't matter. Let it run. I can do it without it. It's okay.
Okay.
Don't screenshot it. Something which you have to understand, a lot of these pictures we watch is done for the convenience of their passing the information. It's not real. This object here you see flies like this. Does not go on this orbital they show. Secondly, it has, if you look at it, a third dimension, which is going in like this. So these pictures we look at is for conventional understanding. But the circular motion is not. Secondly, it flows up and down in the, what do you call it, atmosphere of the solar system.
Does anyone want to explain this? It looks like it's just passing through, but he's drawing a totally different picture. It's going up, it's going down, it's going circular. Of course, this is two-dimensional. Is that why?
Because it has intelligence.
Right.
To guide itself. So Mr. Keshe is picking up on that.
And they're just giving us an object that's sort of pre-programmed. I mean, NASA is giving us just this thing. It's just going here and crossing and going out.
Remember, NASA stands for never a straight answer.
Okay. Even though they have a big budget, hopefully it'll get bigger with this program. Mr. Keshe said if the Chinese refuse the offer will be made to NASA, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's all to be shared. No one's going to have an advantage. One country is not going to have an advantage over another with this. That's the dream or folly of the.
Yeah. I think I understood that to be, it's not the right, the smooth part. It goes in, like it oscillates. It's not really the actual part that they are showing us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because
and Mark,
yes, go ahead.
And for me, I understood. It came to my mind that for me it's right, so much right for me, because you like the micro is the same micro, and when you see like your body, your organs, it's not the same. It's not linear. It's not the same line. So I think each planet in this solar system that's like a body, for example, it's in a one position that give like star formations, that give you free plasmas, that it's a living being here for me, for my understanding. And I'd like to know where is the planet Earth in relation to the sun. It's if it's up or down or the angle. I think it's very important. And so it's, for me, it's very interesting that Mr. Keshe, that it was clear for me, more clear.
Oh, yeah, much, much better. Again, if they gave us this sort of trajectory here, which would be something like a meteor, asteroid, or a comet, it doesn't do what this object. Imagine if they showed us this green line and say, "Oh, this is what the object is doing." We would never stand for the idea that this is a comet or an asteroid or a meteor. It wouldn't work. So they're just giving us this straight line. That way they can say it is a meteor. I'm just guessing, of course. Or maybe it's just their simple understanding, because this two-dimensional drawing is actually a three. You need to picture this as a sphere. So we're only getting half of the cake, so to speak.
And for me, I wonder what kind of energy is causing it to have such an unusual, well, it looks unusual, but it's probably just responding, and what kind of energy it's.
Well, that's what Randy said. It's under intelligent control. This is why it's slowing down, it's changing directions, it's moving up, it's moving down, it's changing colors, and it's emitting amino acids and all kinds of different things. So that indicates, at least to our scientists here in the foundation, that this has intelligent life on it. And this is what they're apparently afraid of. Let's continue. Anyone else?
Mark, can I take a little bit time from you?
Please.
Okay. Maybe it could be boring, but if I can add anything in there. So I want to add my two or three. I already talked about those two, but another one I will add today.
This is the dreams you were talking about in the workshop?
Yes. No, not that workshop. The old dream. And then a spaceship experience. And then recently I have another dream, or I don't know. You will find. But maybe something can add in here. So 6-7 years or more years ago, I talked about one spaceship about that one. In my old house, it was like 4,000 square feet. It was the early in the morning. I woke up and get ready to take my daughter to the bus station. She goes to the. I drive her to the bus station, and she took the bus and go to the university in downtown. It's far away. So halfway, me and another 5 bus. So this way has happened. So that day I woke up early in the morning before her, and then I get ready, and then I woke her up and told her to get ready. So there is a time. So I went to the second floor, in the bedroom, and I'm lying in the bed. And then I had a shoe in my feet, so I didn't fully sleep in the bed. Just my feet is down, but I'm laying in the bed and looking at the ceiling fan. Suddenly, I felt the outside was dark still. So suddenly, I felt I'm getting lighter. A lot of time I feel I'm floating. So I'm feeling floating. So I relax my body. I want to see further. So I float, and then suddenly I felt my body went to the ceiling fan, close to the ceiling fan. So and I felt I'm inside and outside. I felt outside is very bright. There is no room, I'm not in the bed. I'm in the spaceship. that was like 4,000 square feet. My house was that one 2,000 square feet. So I felt that was double. So it is 4,000 square feet almost. So I'm sitting. I'm there. I'm sitting there, and then sitting or standing, I don't remember. And I'm seeing sometimes my room and sometimes that place, two places together. I'm here, I'm there. And then when I felt think about my body is touching the ceiling fan, I'm thinking, oh my God, my body is touching. Right now, my body is touching the ceiling fan. When I think that, the one side of my spaceship, like I'm going to like Florida. My front side is in like Florida, so the left side is touching the floor, going down, and up other side is up. So few times, like 4, 5 times, 6 times, when I thought it's happened. And interesting thing is here, I'm watching two time, and then another spaceship coming from the Florida. There is a man in there, and then he stopped nearby, and then he was laughing over what I'm doing, and he watching me, and then he left. So it's happened. So few minutes later, the experience gone, and then my daughter came to my room and told me, "Mommy, I'm ready. Let's go." And then, well, by the way, somebody, maybe somebody or anybody is moving your big tub. I have a big tub, the base, ceramic one. There is a plant. So that was in the back side of my house, and inside the fence. So she got noise. Something is rubbing the floor. So I was laughing and told her, "Oh no, that was your mom's spaceship rubbing the floor." No, then let's go. Laughing and saying, and she was laughing. She thought I'm joking. So we left that day. And then another one, the second one, it happened, I think so, 2.5 years ago, in this house, the other house. So my uncle was died in New Jersey. So that day, after his funeral, so I was sad. I was crying. So I slept early in the evening time. And then I cry, and then went to bed and sleep. And then nobody woke me up and disturbed me. And like 1:15, like clock was, yeah, like that time. So I woke up. So mostly when I woke up in the middle of the night, I never go to sleep. Not never, but mostly I don't go back to sleep. I just sit down in the bed and do meditation. So that day, when I woke up and I saw my husband is sleeping near by me, and so at my side, I sit down and get meditation, doing meditation. Just my eyes is closed. So he went to the bathroom, come back, and everything happened. So I am hearing everything, and one time I opened my eyes and see what he's doing, and then again he went to bed. Few minutes later, not after long time meditation, after he slept, like 5-7 minutes later, I felt my eyes is closed, my room, like two separate color inside the room. One is dark and one is light. One is light, regular light. My side is darker. I felt two separate line. My side is darker, but it is shiny. It is like there is no word I can explain. Like glitter shining. My side it's black, but it is black dark, and his side is normal, a little bit light. Nighttime, every day. What happened? Uh, and then the field is going from my room to window. My side is whole side is window. big window in there. It's going outside. And suddenly I felt I'm not in the room. I'm in a space. And that was, it is like a mothership. I'm standing and I'm in front and everything is open, front of my side. Everything open like big glass. I can see everything. Open, big, big, big. And then my right side, there is a man standing, but it looked like ant. His neck and body structure look like ant, but he is man, and he's standing. So I saw her backside and one side, and he's doing in the board, in the table, like a high table. There is no leg in the table, like a glass piece. He's doing something, and his hand is moving. So I felt, oh, um, he's working. I felt like that he's working. He's working for me. And then, and again, I look at my front, my side. That there is a big screen, and there is in the screen is black, and then silvery white color geometry is happening in the screen, and I'm watching. And then when I moving my head from him to me, my screen, that time little bit I saw my hand. My hand was look like his man hand. It is skinny. It is big, tall. I felt the man who is driving the spaceship is very long, tall people, and the skin is brown, different type, not black people or brown people, something in between, uh, uh, and it is big hand. So I didn't feel anything. I felt it is my hand. And then when I was looking at the screen, then I felt, oh my God, the ship is driving me. I'm driving the ship. I'm the navigator. It is connect with me. So that is the second experience. And recently happened, I thought another one. It is.
Lena, it's Mr. Keshe
Yes.
Workshop. What are you trying to tell us?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell us. I feel everything is holographic. It is new for you, but for my experience, I understood it is holographic. We are the holographic machine, and every life in the space, everybody makes a holograph. And I want to talk about another experience, but I'm not going to tell right now. So it's okay. The point was I felt from those experience, everything, whatever has happened to me, it feel like holographic. And we make holograph. So the spaceship, whatever coming from which place, I don't know. They have consciousness. If they have consciousness, they can make holograph. And we are developing ourselves that way. You understand what I'm trying to say, right, Mark?
I think I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. We all have that capability.
Yeah.
But as you said, when you travel in the matter state, what do you see? You see the UFOs and you see the beings in the universe in the matter state dimension. When you travel with the soul, I don't think you see the craft. You see the interaction of the fields, or like the dream, and gravitational fields, plasmatic gravitational fields, not electron vibration, matter state.
Right. There is the layer. There is a layer, there is a dimension.
We're here. Absolutely, without a doubt. We are the Magrav that he taught about, and we are the system. This is what he's been trying to. We're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And we're all.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't trust and we doubt, and we haven't used some of these capabilities in quite some time. So we sort of need a refresher.
Yeah. So understanding is very clear, and there is a layer, dimensional layer. So everything doesn't happen same way. The first spaceship when I was trying to lift, and that time I felt I'm squeezing my brain and nerve and brain and releasing when I was trying to lift. The other one, when I was there, it felt like there is no emotion, there is no happiness or some sadness. There is peacefulness, and I'm floating like I felt my heart is floating like a feather. So there is different kinds of feelings. So the one layer was one kinds of emotion, one kinds of feeling. The other layer was other kinds of feelings, not emotion. There wasn't any emotion, just peacefulness. So I'm trying to say there is different layer, and everything is holograph.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you for listening.
I think we can create holographs right now. The man can do quite a bit. The Chinese have showed quite a bit at some of their celebrations and things with dragons in the sky. I think this could be past holographic. But again, this is nothing strange. Christ showed us the transmutation. The Buddha would transmute from one side of the lake to the other in front of 500 people. This is not strange. And then it brought what you were saying about floating up to the ceiling. I was thinking of Bob Monroe and the Monroe Institute, which they teach something along this line. But he said he was having experiences and floating up to the ceiling in his bedroom at night. And he thought he was going crazy or something. He'd look down and see his body. Of course, Mr. Keshe said he used to do this many times and so on and so forth. But this Bob Monroe, he went to one of his close friends who was either a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And he said, "Gee, doc, am I going crazy? What's happening to me?" And this was the beginning. And the guy said, "No, you're not crazy. We know you. You're sane." And this was the beginning of the Monroe Institute. So yes, even though it's shunned by the overall society, these are some of our capabilities, and they extend further than what we've been shown already. But we haven't accepted it. This was something that only a prophet could do, or a special teacher, or the rest. We all have the capability. And this is part of the new structure Mr. Keshe is creating, that all the beings will have the understanding and the ability to transit between the two dimensions of matter state and energy. And this is the gift from the creator in a way. You hear that in one of the videos we sometimes play. So let's finish this up. We still have about 10 minutes, and then we're going to do the Dome of Peace. Quite exciting. Again, more and more people. Selena, perhaps the testimonial meeting, the second Monday of every month in the public Zoom room would be another appropriate place to share this. It helps build confidence, I think, in the others. Even though we all dream, it's nice to hear some of the other experiences as well. Thank you. Anyone want
Thank you.
Yes, a question or anything like that? Otherwise, we'll continue and finish this up.
When they give us these details of such a thing, such a closeness, it's not exactly what they're talking about. They tell us it passes very close, but this gap of Mars here is different than this gap of Mars from the Sun. We all do. The Sun does exactly the same. The Earth does exactly the same. They made these pictures for convenience, but then you have to understand you're dealing with a three-dimensional structure, and this thing is cutting through it. They say it comes very close, it'll be there, but you just watch and see how this thing reacts when it comes to past Earth. And there is a discussion which I try to bring out, is that if you look at where the Earth is, yeah, you see about the Earth about there. Has a satellite been released to touch with Earth and join back in? Are we there for an encounter? There is another possibility which we don't see. Sometimes Earth is here by the time this crosses and the R2 comes here. There's a rendezvous point. Again, three-dimensional. There are millions of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other. Do we see a transfer across? Because the speed is so high. The most important thing is, would there be reduction in the speed at this rendezvous point? Would it come to a halt? And both will transfer material to each other. It's like you got a, what do you call it? A craft carrier and a cruiser next to each other, changing officers. This, what we see with these two, is not coincidental. For sure, it's not coincidental. We've seen 3i changing course, we've seen changing 3i changing speed, we've seen it vanishing, we've seen it coming back, we've seen playing all sorts of games. It's intelligent, it's on a mission. And when you have such a system, if you go back to some of the teachings I refer to, you don't change course. Everything before you travel is calculated. Every star, every planet, you have to go through a solar system. Where do you go? Every trajectory is calculated.
So that's a project in itself. I don't know where they came from, but they do. But everything has been calculated out. Not only do you have to make the craft, that you have to cover it with material, you have to create an emotion in it, you have to propel it, but you also have to calculate out your route in a way. So again, it's man needs to understand this. This is what Mr. Keshe was saying, some of this technology.
Adjusted, and they adjust, and this system is adjusting itself too many times. It has intelligence. It has fingerprint of amino acid of life. This is what is scaring the hell out of people in NASA. Which means it carries a living intelligence inside it. And this trajectory, where would it meet with R2-D2, I call it for joke. Where is the rendezvous? And they say it's behind us, we will not see where. But what's the purpose of it? Would one come on this side and deliver to the planetary system? Don't forget, we are not the only exciting part, because we are just humans on it. They're interested in other phenomena like the moons of the Saturn and every other thing, because when you go on an excursion, you try to see as much as possible. But the speed we see, the shape we see, is all in line with the, what we call the knowledge we have in the Keshe Foundation. We can replicate it. And it's gathering, and the speed it goes, it gets hit. When I look at some of the pictures coming out of NASA regarding the possible shape of these two objects, they've been hit by as many meteorites because they carry that structure. And they get hit by everything. But this is the first time we see a UFO with the clothes or cover of a galaxy, not with the clothes of what we call atmosphere of the planet. This is how they travel. We got to get used to it because it gives protection. With the meteorites, it gives protection. It does not matter how many layers you add, multiple layering. This system, 3I, cannot be from a very advanced, intelligent people compared to the rest of the knowledge in the universe. The behavior looks like a newcomer's. Because the more advanced systems, which is the more in advanced, what you call it, life, uses a slightly different or more advanced system than this. This is like, you remember when the man wore the first suit going into the deep sea, the metal hood and everything else. This is like this. That's why I know I've seen this many times. Wearing that jacket of space because the new versions or more advanced systems of the universe use a totally different space technology. They use a multi-layering. They don't use a jacket. This jacket, hey.
So that's what we were showing.
Any explanation on that?
Yeah, I showed it earlier, the multi-layering instead of the jacket. The multi-layering of fields around the UFO rather than the matter state jacket, I think. Anyone else?
But multi-layering is like you have nano coating, you have multi-layers of nano-coat gases or nano-coated copper. But how do you separate the layers? How is it? That means it's all living entity. But it's not there's no, how would I say, it's not a containment like a seal. It still has space gaps. Is that what he means by multi-layering?
I think so. One field goes clockwise, one field goes counterclockwise, the third field goes clockwise again. And this is your protection. He said this is a much more system, but we're not even up to that yet. You want to know how to collect these group does not know.
So it's like the skin.
Right. Kind of like a skin, but
shielding, he called it. Instead of matter state shielding of rocks, it's a field shielding.
Yeah, it's like our skin in a way.
I remember Mr. Keshe said us have a C60 of like a skin. Maybe you have more than carbon, that have more elements. Carbon and nickel, carbon. I don't know. I am thinking about.
As he said, we're just learning how to crawl. We haven't walked, or maybe we're walking. They're coming in on a donkey, but he said mankind hasn't learned to walk yet. But this is part of this interaction, transmutation, and then they'll follow you in the transmutation, and we'll follow some of that in the matter state craft. Maybe perhaps we'll use some of that on this planet. He's trying to, this is what the teachings have been leading to, the interaction of humanity with the universal community. And now they've gotten the word that there's something new in town that's being taught, and they want to find out more about it. They're curious.
It is intelligent, advanced intelligent, but traveling with a donkey. This is not the Rolls Royce, this is not the jumbo jet. And even that is puzzling humanity because we are still walking. We haven't even managed to learn the walk.
Another comment. So with the coating, it says the coating. What is it made up of? How was he able to identify that it's a coating instead of multi-layering?
Yeah, it's a jacket. It's what they showed you in Beijing with the material. They build the craft, the craft is set, and then to protect themselves, they add more material to look like, or, you know, the rocks of the universe. That's the jacket. But he said the more advanced.
So because it has a rough terrain, it's irregular shape on the outside.
Yes.
That's how he was able to deduce that it's a coating, not multi-layer.
No, I don't think it looks any different than an asteroid you would see. It's the same process, but because of the change in speed, the change in direction, the amino acids emitted, he said he knows these people from before. It looks just like a meteor, asteroid, a space rock, but quite large.
Kind of like, how do we see with our naked eyes multi-layering and a coating? How can we see that with our eyes or our instruments that we have?
You don't see it with your eyes, but to create a multi-shielding, you can always think good, speak good, and act good. I think that's part of a shielding for us. You don't see it, but it does create.
No, I'm talking about in terms of a system, like a spaceship.
Right.
Mr. Keshe, he talked about that is not an advanced spaceship because it has coating.
Right.
And I'm saying is, how is it possible to identify, what did he say about coating? And what's the difference in terms of this? You're looking at it, how does multi-layering appears to our eyes, or how does coating appear to our eyes? For him to observe that with this R3I and R2 or 2R.
Anyone want to try and answer that? Again, we have to accept that this is the way these people travel, dressed up with a jacket, with material, and the UFO is inside. That's their shielding. You'll see that with your eyes. With the more advanced, I don't think you see the shielding. It's a gravitational plasmatic magnetic field. Gravitational plasmatic magnetic field. You don't see those. So it would still have the shiny skin, but it would be protected. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else want to try to answer that?
Has no nuclear system, does not work on nuclear system at all. Has no nuclear center. I hear, oh, high temperature nuclear material, just go crazy. Do we have any nuclear material in our system and produce gold? So this is not a very advanced culture, but it's a culture who has managed to, and most probably we know them. It's known to us who is in it. It's very easy to confirm. And something very interesting is, we see reports of the green trail or light in front of, and there's a possibility that these people bear shiny green skin of intelligence life. Very possible. they have moved into a different dimension of the intelligence. And so they're traveling. They're traveling across the galaxy.
Mike, did you say shiny green
And
skin?
their protection is to add up some jackets.
Remember they used to talk about little green spacemen from Mars or something? This was a joke.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. I remember that movie they talking about.
Yeah, they're not laughing anymore, Ike. All right.
Hindu gods are the green color too.
Say again.
Hindu gods, some Hindu gods are green color too.
Yeah, he said it had a shiny green skin. And again, a lot of people portrayed the reptilian sort of shape as that, because a lot of reptiles have green color in their skin. We don't know. But he said he knows these people. They're pretty sure. But man hasn't even learned to walk. So even though it's quite an antique system, they've figured it out. And it works. But man hasn't gotten there yet. I know.
So all these things we call monsters are actually aliens.
The creator shows himself in trillions of faces. We have to remember this across the universe. And he said, are you ready to meet? The government's ready to meet. This is our larger family, a bigger structure. This is what we played in the beginning, message to humanity. Is man ready for this? All right, let's finish this up. Alex is waiting, and I'm waiting for Alex.
And I think they must have been on the road for quite a while.
Oh, sorry, I started playing. Go ahead.
If they're in matter state, then they must have been traveling for quite a while if they're from outside the solar system.
No, they're from the galaxy somewhere. They're not from the
right, but outside the solar system.
Yes, absolutely.
But if they're in the matter state, it still would be quite a while to travel through the entire solar system.
Absolutely.
With the knowledge of transmutation and time, it can be instant. We can create
right, but if they're traveling in matter state, then it may not be instant, or would it?
No, it's not. It's traveling.
It's not. Yeah.
Physically traveling. And we have to get used to it. This is the way these people travel the universe at this point. But he said they're curious about the transmutation. So even they can become enlightened. He said, we will teach them. Not that we're any better or anything like that. As he said, we're both trying to figure it out. But apparently there's a smell of transmutation around this planet, or the knowledge of it. And it's seeped off. I'm sure they have a grapevine. As he said, everything on this planet has been recorded in magnetic fields of what the history of this planet is, and it's been passed around the universal community. And this is why some of them don't want to come here, because they see how rough we behave.
Mark, you still want to volunteer to be our spokesperson?
Of course, of course. I'm throwing my hat in the ring, so to speak. I don't mind at all. I mean, I'm hoping that we'll have some more enlightened beings and see this other family that we only dreamed about. But he said mankind has been waiting for this peace and this increase in knowledge. Even though you won't see it on the mainstream or probably much on TikTok of it, or a lot of these things. But deep down within our energies, this is what we really want on the energy level. All right, we need to finish this. There's still 2 minutes or a minute or so.
It shows that kind of characteristics. He's a very intelligent. The R2 is extreme, slow, what I call nomad structure. They're in space for billions of years.
That's the R2.
But the 3I shows advanced knowledge, but it's still old systems. It's like somebody taking a 1950s Chevy and going around the world trip. But they know what they're doing. The data, which is getting released by different agencies, and I monitor very closely, gives us a very good indication what these people are up to. But you cannot tell, because when we talk, they say, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what you're talking about," and the rest of it. We know, and it's there. It's very possibly they already landed on Earth somewhere. This is my assumption. So when I saw the split, it's possibly landing, or we landed, and they are on the way in. 99% from what.
So maybe they have already sent some scout crafts, and again, they've already landed. Perhaps this is what he's saying. It's perhaps, it's up to them. But everything that's being viewed here, and he's been following it for several weeks, it appears they're headed for an interaction with this planet and its inhabitants.
Understand what I see with the knowledge we have. One of the indications of it is we have to see the disturbances in the southern pole. We've seen satellite disturbances, blackouts, which means they have entered. That blackout, it means they have already entered the atmosphere. Military satellites, high altitude satellites, all have gone blank in certain government systems.
Okay, and I had heard about a couple of blackouts or something at Microsoft. I think they said it was a cut cable, but I mean, they can make up anything. And they don't want to tell you it's a craft, perhaps, again, they may not even know, disturbing the upper atmosphere satellites on the military and other levels. So there is some interference. They call it the near gravitational effects, but the fields that these. Say again?
Yeah, I said that's called a reset button. Everybody will be on the same page.
Okay, I think it's time to go to the Dome of Peace, or Alex is not going to have much time to make a presentation today. So hopefully you'll review this workshop a number of times. And again, this is one of the things that's attracted their or aroused the curiosity or the transmutation knowledge that's being shared on this planet. And they want to know how humanity has gotten some access to it. And I'm sure they're willing to trade, and they're not, as he said, they don't believe in patents or anything else, so they're willing to share knowledge freely. Let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace. Again, releasing Gans waters. This is the way, as Mr. Keshe has joked in the past, this is how you take over a planet, but it may be laying down some sort of network, bringing balance in the rest, something we're asked to do every Sunday at noon or 6 p.m., whatever your time zone is. Let's just see if we can bring up the Dome of Peace for Sunday, which the Brazilians have faithfully carried this through. And it's, again, nobody's keeping track. It's up to you to release the Gans waters. Put your intention in. If you're not sure how to make a gas as a nanosolid, you can go to the Keshe Foundation Wiki or other locations where you can find out how to make this material, which is in between the matter state and the plasma state. We call it a GANS, gas as a nanosolid, which in the procedure, it does make, the gas makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. But it's actually a matter state magnetic field, if I understand it correctly, which again, I don't understand much of this. So again, every Sunday, 12 and 6 p.m., we release the Gans waters, but you can release it at any time. You can put some in your windshield washer on your car, or carry a spray bottle around with you. It knows where to go, and it knows what to do. In other words, bring balance into situations. So that's the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. And let's hear from Stefania. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Again, it's something for your physicality to do, but it's all connected together. In other words, the water is just a carrier of the fields in a way. We're not so much releasing GANs, although you could, into oceans and rivers and things, but we're releasing the plasma water of it. And again, this is something for the physicality to do. Now, he says, to create this dome of peace, and this is one of the reasons we haven't interacted so much with the universal community, because of our greed and our unpeacefulness. We've been sort of put in the outhouse of, in a way, until we've learned, and this is part of this whole process of becoming peaceful. Again, it's between you and your soul, not so much correcting the others, but working on ourselves. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Stefania. Now we'll hear from Shweta. And this is the part of using our energy dimension. Remember, we're chameleons. We live and exist in both dimensions. One is energy and one is matter state. And we're heavily weighted on the matter state side, which we all know. That's why we're opening up this energy side. And even though we're using it and experiencing it, we haven't fully understood it. And this is what he keeps reciting. I made the man in the image of myself. And of course, I don't think the Creator has, in a way, a matter state that he appears in, although he could and does appear in the love of the creation, which we call the matter state, or Mitra.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And this is again using our energy dimension to bring the change. And this is our true nature, the energy dimension. The matter state follows. The energy comes first, and then the matter state, if appropriate, appears. So again, we're not going to take any time. We know the mission, and at any time you can pulse the world leaders through this dome of peace, either the planet and its inhabitants through the Gans waters or the soul of the leaders. I'm sure the Gans waters touches the soul as well. It's all connected. We just haven't seen it, but it is all connected, and it's all working through this energy dimension to elevate their souls that they can come to a permanent peaceful position on this planet. So this is the idea. And of course, I thought I just had that up. And just to bring this again, that every day at 9 p.m. you can join for a nanosecond or a minute or whatever you'd like, or as early and as often as you like, to join the others on the energy level, not a formal time. Well, we do have a formal time, but not a formal place. You can be working in the matter state. The physicality is not involved in this process, and you just give from your emotions to the souls of the others, whoever you want to put in there. Right now, we're focusing on the leaders, but you can bring in anyone you want for elevation. And in this process, you become more elevated. As much as you give, you will receive maybe even more. So this is the way we're working to bring the peace through this dimension of energy, or what they call the wish. And this is one of the reasons he said the beings in the universe create everything out of their wishes. I'm not sure, that's probably in the energy dimension rather than the matter state. As we know, there's systems and crafts and the rest of this. And maybe they haven't learned the wish. I always thought the wish was just something for kids, you know, adults didn't really wish like that. But now I understand more. This is the way we're going to bring the peace on this planet, through the collective awareness of humanity, giving through their emotions to the soul of others, that it leads to the elevation and brings a permanent peace, which is not the end all. It's the beginning of the next step in joining with the universal community. And of course, the Brazilians do a daily intention every day. I was just looking for this one, and it was there. Let's see, that's the Dome of Peace on Sunday. Let's see if it's in back of here. Yes. Okay, and you can join the intention on a daily basis. I think the normal time is, the daily intention is at 1 a.m. CEST or CET time. But on Wednesdays at noon, they do a special meeting, again, on the Telegram or the Zoom, I think, or on the YouTube channel. You can find it. You see them all listed here. And you can join that 30-minute meeting if you'd like and share some of your thoughts. But it's mostly silence, where you're using your reactor on the energy level to create those emotions that the world leaders need. Again, kindness, peace, loving, that sort of thing. And maybe even offer them the energy of gold that was given to us in one of the workshops. And this seems to quench the thirst or the greed for, or the greed for wealth, the greed for power, the greed for position, and the rest of it, the greed for wealth. And this energy of gold was given to you, so you should be able to pass that on to the others. And the Brazilians have made a beautiful example of how to work through the energy dimension as well as the matter state. So feel free to join them. And now that you know the mission, we thank you in advance for contributing to this process. But it's all about you opening up the door to your energy side, which again, when Mr. Keshe originally around the foundation, try to see the fields, he used to say. And I could never see the fields. But now I understand it's more of an emotion and a feeling than an actual seeing the fields. But in time, we'll develop systems where you can actually see the fields. And once we look out into the universe, it's going to be a very crowded place. But right now, with the amino acid strength of the eyes, that can't be seen. It just looks like it's an abyss in a way. But it's full of life, as he said, from the soul of this planet or from the core of this planet to the soul of the creator. Okay, Alex, if you haven't gone asleep with my presentation, please appear for us. Thank you. And we welcome you and thank you for your continued sharing. I know people do enjoy your work. Others have difficulty and struggle through it, but again, we're all learning, and this is the way Alex would like us to take this sort of take and add to our knowledge from what he's presenting. So thank you, Alex, and please begin.
Thank you for leading us all the way here, and let's do the disclaimer and get to it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. This is a continuation to try and help the knowledge seekers find different ways and means of answering the questions that a lot of people have. And let's see what we can come up with here. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We are in the basic GANs Tech discussion. Today's topic is the epitome. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it is September the 28th of 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've been trying to condense all the information so that the mature knowledge seekers can condense that information into something a little bit more bite-sized, and then new knowledge seekers don't get overwhelmed by the avalanche of information. Well, the good news is we have artificial intelligence, which is going to assist us in that regard. But in the meantime, it's nice to know that there's been an awful lot of work going on in the background. And so we're trying to keep everybody posted on relevant current events. And of course, it's fairly obvious that our knowledge has been increasing. We started with the basic books from Marin Tabakoli Keshe, number one, the Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And of course, it seemed to be very appropriate because it brought together the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And that's something that a lot of people have heard reference to. But in book number 2, we talked about the structure of light, and that was something very novel at the time. But what the thing is defining is that we are going from one matter to another matter, and there is a direction of flow, and there's a connection. And so we're wondering how that happens and what is the significance of that. And until we get into book number 3 and we see the origin of the universe, the confusion really sets in, because now we start to see that from the one matter state we could create the two matter states. And so one of those, of course, is our favorite, and we call it man's universe. And then there's a sister universe, which we are kind of oblivious to. And the fact of the matter is, it's a lot bigger than our universe. And even our universe is massive. And we are quite happy with that little tiny speck that we call Earth. And speaking of Earth, for 397 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been bringing together the concept of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And there is a reason for that, is because we're talking about the Universal Council. And so that's beyond the Earth Council. That's beyond the Solar System Council. It involves other races. And the key component here is to understand what is the difference. And the difference really is that we, as Earth species, need commandments. We were told that when we started. We were given 10 commandments. And, we kind of reveled in breaking them all. But the idea is that someone issued these commandments. And of course, it was important for us to adhere to them. And then we have the missing commandments, another 14 of them. And number 11 is thou shalt not lie. And I keep harping on that one because fundamentally it is the foundation of all the other breakages of the commandments. Because if you're lying, then you're covering up that lie, and there has to be a reason for the lie. And then, of course, many of those reasons revolve around cheating, stealing, and killing. All of that involves a certain kind of abuse. And that's because we have promoted the earthbound rule where the higher strength eats the weaker strength, compared to the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Either way, it's a conflict point, and whether or not we accept it or whether or not we understand it. But realistically, it's a binding point, because at that point it becomes a manifestation. And in terms of physicality, that's a density manifestation. So all of these fields, when they come together in the binding zone, is an inertia field. And so our existence is an inertia density manifestation in reality. And this binding is very, very important because it's self-serving. And no one is deserving of being self-serving more than you. And that becomes your dimension point. But with the reason we have those commandments is so that we don't do this at the expense of others, which of course that has been a flaming failure, as we have a whole history of wars and a whole attitude in our society of lying, cheating, stealing, and all the other good things that make us into falling angels. And that's easy to understand because when we do terracing of ponds, we see that the water will flow from a higher to a lower, and that connection is by gravity. And so that falling is actually a gradient. But in science, we call it angular density, and that's kind of falling where you have increased density, increased pressure, increased gravity. And then, of course, overall, that becomes an increased dependence on Earth space feeding. And so we are all categorized as fallen angels because of this. And there's an internal popcorn pressure of Gans tensity, which we've been referring to it as Gans tech, because we are bags of Gans. And there's an enormous amount of energy within our physicality. But since angular momentum is conserved, we don't see the other offsetting balance that is allowing us to exist. Well, today's topic is rather different because it involves definitions, and one of those definitions is epitome. An epitome is a person or a thing that is a perfect example of a particular quality or type. So perfect seems to be the key word here. The epitome of meaning is not a standard phrase, but epitome itself means a perfect or typical example or a summary of something. Therefore, epitome of meaning would suggest being the perfect or most representative example of a particular meaning or idea. Well, how do we get so close to perfection when we are all sinners? And so when you look at the root word of epitome, is Greek meaning short, to cut short, as in a summary or miniature form, or an instance that represents a larger reality. But it's also used as a synonym for embodiment. And so I want you to keep that in mind, because what we're going to talk about is the epitome of love, because this refers to a perfect example or embodiment of love, representing the highest, the most ideal form of it. This ideal love is often characterized by deep affection, selfless care, and often involves sacrifice or an ultimate expression of devotion, as seen in various interpretations across different cultures and religions, from the unconditional love of God to the self-sacrificing love of a parent. So this term sacrifice has to be placed in context. And that is to say, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. It isn't where the higher strength gets consumed by the weaker strength. And obviously, this affects loosh. And many of us are practicing loosh harvesting. And that is a single-minded intention. And it extends to a hive mind intention, which reflects in our Gans intention. And so everyone wants honey, and your honey tastes better than my honey. So I'm always trying to steal it. And this is where the problem lies in our society. So the changes that we are trying to initiate are actually ways and means to cross the memory threshold. And we're at that tipping point. And there's a difference in what we call long-term memory, because the freedom to connect to this is the freedom that connects you to the memory. So when we talk about long-term, lifelong memory, that's the memory, the long-term memory that you have from the time that you're born to the present. But there's a historical memory, and not just the kind of historical teachings that you would get out of a textbook, but there's an ancestral memory, and that is ingrained within our RNA. And this ancestral memory follows a universal memory, which of course includes the universe. And so this is kind of the game plan that we have, but we're working from a point of efficiency. So the GANS tech is there to give us that vitality enhancement which we need to facilitate the uplifting of our emotional and physical construct. And this is a novel concept, because we are indoctrinated to believe that we eventually become old and decrepit. And so there's a huge flaw now in our society, because we see people who are young and decrepit. So vitality enhancement has nothing to do with age. It has to do with energy. Energy, how it comes from the transmutation highway and then filters down to the transmission highway. And then we have the transition highway that is in between. And so they operate on different energy states, but they have a common ground, and that is the carbon connection. And so in the physicality, we have the carbon-12, and then we have various isotopes, carbon-14, carbon-10, and even higher energies, carbon-8 and carbon-16. So we've talked about these relationships for quite a while because we've utilized them when we made the cups of life. So each of us as knowledge seekers have been able to take advantage of the nanocoding process of the monatomic science to create ganses that are have an affinity for the emotion and affinity for the physicality. And so we have had an opportunity to compare the difference. But the thing is, there's still cups of life as the physicality and the emotional construct affect the life. So, but in no way were they the cups of the pandemic, even though they served a very useful purpose because they facilitated this Gans radiance manifestation, which enhanced our vitality for the emotional and physical constructs. But it also taught us how to make carbon dioxide, calcium, zinc, and copper ganses, water and amino acid ganses. And now we're in the stage where we're discussing gold ganses and the various other ganses, all represented by the periodic table of elements. But the most important GANs is the relationship between the emotional cup and physical cup, and then, of course, the soul cup. And those three together create this magnetical gravitational field with the soul. But that is in some place. And in our case, Earth is that place. And so it too has a cup of life. And the connection between the Earth cup and the soul cup is another inertia cup, and that is our existence. This is where we have the connection between the environment and between our radiance. So how does that get connected in practical terms? Well, when we look at the cup of the universe, it is basically the epitome of our brain function, where we have a left and right hemisphere, and they work together similarly like the copper and zinc GANs, which is the physical GANs and the emotional GANs. But there's a connection to the universe, the carbogen GANs. And so we take these three together, and that gives us the basics. And what does that give us in total? Well, it only gives us the brain. And of course, that brain needs to operate in an environment of Earth space. So we have more than three. We have a physicality as well. And in the process of achieving that physicality, which is the slowing down into the energy state of physicality, we don't neglect the origin of the cup of the universe. So we still have the one and the other one and the other one, but it's now more than three. So there is nothing sacrificed here in that whole process. So what it is understanding the matter plasma dimension, where the physicality you can touch and see, but the plasma you can't touch and see. However, there is a matter plasma that has a nearness and proximity to the physical plasma, and we saw that in our auras. And so either way, whether it's in that physical or plasmatic matter plasma dimension, this is our reference point. And so our view point of the universe is from a feedback dominant point. And the view of the universe, of course, is from a feeding point. And then this is where we run into a problem. And so the beginning of the understanding of this problem is to take that foundation, which was the copper wire, and then nanocoating that. And we found that that nanocoating of the copper was actually a carbon nanocrystal, and that it had to be aligned so that we could create a gradient between the magnetical and gravitational points. And then that becomes the gravitational inertia point that can exchange energy due to its nano alignment, and there has to be a direction of flow. And so that flow follows the conservation of inertia, which is a matter of energy transfer states. And so we've talked about the atomic state and the nano state and the GAN state, and how the one side balances off to the other side. And it isn't just on the one energy state. It can transition from one energy state to another energy state. And so how we rotate around that equal sign, we call the various turning points. And there are these transitions that are facilitated by the pico nature of the energy state. So we're talking about another 3 orders of magnitude beyond the nanocoding. So here we are establishing the basis that we go from this pico coating, which is like a pico popcorn, and we can see its structure. It has many, many points, and yet it's extremely tiny. And then we get into the Gans coating, which is like a Gans popcorn, and it is a lot bigger than what you see in this picture, because all of us have made the GANs and it's clearly visible. You don't need a microscope to see it. And so that understanding of its structure tells you that there's a negative charge, which is magnetical, and a positive charge, which is gravitational. So as these field forces are balanced out, what you have is gas in the center, and it creates like a miniature GANS explosion. So this GANS is massive, but in its massiveness, it carries an enormous number of magnetical points. And so collectively, it becomes much stronger at an order of magnitude, many orders of magnitude, in fact. And so there's always this molecular communication link that we understand in science. It's a covalent bond between two masses. But the fact of the matter is, it's a magnetical gravitational bond. So in order for a mass to exist, it has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. In order for the mass to have a relationship with another mass, it has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then who decides which way is that relationship? So to balance that off, there has to be an equal and opposite magnetical gravitational relationship. And so that's fine for the understanding of the construct of the molecular structure. However, it is more than just a head chasing the tail, because the energy that is contained within one is not the only energy that exists. And so there is no reference to which energy, and there is no way to define that, except that there are factors which, shall we say, differentiate which energies will be exchanged. And this is perfectly normal. It's just like when you're going home. You're going to go home to a specific home. And it's very important that you do that for many reasons, some of them more obvious than others. But the difference is in the atomic chain, it is very physical, whereas in the polyatomic chain, it is more plasmatic. And so this is a characteristic that we find in the hydrogen, because hydrogen in itself has this connection, but it's a unique connection where by changing the polarity relationship between two hydrogens, it becomes either an orthohydrogen or a parahydrogen. And this becomes very important to understand, because the hydrogen is fundamental. And it comes from the source. And in that coming from the source, it has to manifest in some kind of stable matter. And so we find that the connection to the basic field is in carbon 14, so not hydrogen, and the connection to the universe in the carbon-60, again, not hydrogen, but there are other fields beyond that, and they are beyond our current understanding and our current ability to enjoy that, except for one small detail. The limitation, of course, has been time. And we are in the process of not only transmuting, but also transcending time and our understanding of the time, because time is a reflection of the energy in motion. And so we see that as we've encountered these various polyatomic ganses, and the fundamental ones, of course, we keep mentioning carbon dioxide, zinc oxide, and copper oxide. The point of the matter is that oxygen is the gravitational component here that is anchoring all of the ganses. But each of these ganses are displaying different characteristics. And so that becomes the skill set that we have to understand. So how we manipulate our ganses through these skill sets is defined as susceptibility, because in the universe, nothing is nothing. Something is something. And something is always something as opposed to being something else. So these are the things that we have to develop the skill sets to be able to find the practical applications. And we already know that there's something going on because we had the water, we had the GANs, and then we had the rotating fields, and then we had a hole in the GANs. And then we find is if there's a soul in that hole. And so that becomes the resonance point, which is working from the magnetical gravitational limitations of that field. So when we're looking at the soul sitting in the middle of this field, it has a charge, and that charge can be emitted through polar energy. It becomes the emission pole, the North Pole being the magnetical negative giver, and the South Pole being the gravitational absorption taker. However, in order to go from the North Pole to the South Pole, we follow a different path that goes around the sphere. And that sphere has a rotating field, which can change based on its speed, on its strength, and even its direction. And so all of this is determined by the charge. So the charge is always positive, that we know, but it's the direction of flow that affects the charge in question. And so as it's emitted, it's magnetical, and as it's absorbed, is gravitational. So along the path, it has to go through various changes in direction. And there are other factors that can affect it, which is why when we look at the Earth ganses, there are so many different ganses. In fact, there's a gans for every element in the periodic table of elements. And so we find that each of these is defined in its own specific terms. So this is the basis of what we demonstrated in Beijing on May the 10th, and we discovered how to create gold. And so men have been gold diggers for a long time, and they're not the only gold diggers, but we don't have to dig it anymore. We can manufacture it and in large volumes because we understand the star core components. So there's a magnetical and gravitational relationship, and there's a gradient charge. So that is variable. And it has to have a relationship to something else. And the difference between the two is the gradient charge, where one star core gradient could be magnetical and the other one would be gravitational. And the difference between two would be the gradient. And then, of course, in order to make a connection, there has to be two points of view coming together. So there's the giving of the taking and the taking and the giving. And that relationship is coming from both directions at the same time. Now, to capture this energy, we develop a Gans inertia point at the core, which makes the star formation more gravitational. And that changes the gravitational gradient charge. So that is why we call it the falling binding point, because it's a gravitational binding point. But it's an arbitrary point of view. It's connected to something. And all of these connections are loose ends, and they seem to be terminal because they give us the magnetical gravitational relationship, but they're not. They extend everywhere, continually, and they're continually interacting. And this is what we have to understand. So to create that core point, that core inertia point, it has to be a manifestation. That manifestation does not have to be in physicality. It can remain in a plasma reality. But the point is that it is susceptible to increase or decrease the gradient charge. And the one inertia field would be magnetical and the other one would be gravitational, and the combination of the two would be that gravitational inertia point. And this is fundamental to the creation of matter. And then we have to introduce the concept of duality, because this now applies to 2 points. And these 2 points are to work together like a partnership. So we call this the twinity. And if we understand the twinity, then we understand how ray motion is part of creation. It in of itself has a twinity, which is to say that it follows the laws of conservation, where we have, on the one hand, which we, from our point of view, we see the natural creation balanced by the natural decay, but we have to understand that there's an opposite point of view, which is also balanced by the natural creation and the natural decay. And so there is a link, there's a bond. And although we can't see it, we have to know that it's there, because otherwise it wouldn't exist, because one side is magnetical, one side is gravitational. And the reason the two exist together is because there is this boundary. And so as poor observers, we have to fudge things. And of course, it's not really a lie, is it? It's just like a white lie, perhaps. But now we're coming to the necessity of being a little bit more specific, because in the concept of the twinity, that applies to the nanotech. And it applies to the picotech, which is now even 3 orders of magnitude more intense. And then when we start to incorporate that into the star tech, that develops a whole different energy state. So we've been discussing the twinity of the nanotech, and now the discussion of the twinity of the GANS tech. And we see that it is affecting many polyatomic inertia gradients, because not only does it have to link up to its own gravitational point, but it has to take into account others. And we didn't say which others, we didn't say how many others. The fact is that there are multiple turning points that we can relate to. And each one in its position has a horizontal transmission and a vertical transition, which creates this dynamic plasma relationship. That is that point within and that point without that represents the field going around. So the point within being gravitational and the point going around being magnetical. But in the process of the emission what we call the vertical emission, which is the feeding radiance, it is a magnetical plasma. But there's a feedback radiance, which is the gravitational aspect of the magnetical plasma. So how does the magnetical plasma become magnetical, and then the magnetical plasma becomes gravitational? So we see that there's a polyatomic gradient transitioning. And so the field path is constantly going through this pole flipping. And then the emission and the absorption pole also go through this pole flipping because there's a gravitational core. And so that is always existing. So when we're talking about the creation of free plasma, we see the fundamental building blocks for our life is carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. And this is fundamental for the creation of life. And so we talk about the GANS creation in the core, and we talk about the GANS creation in the star core. And so we have structure within structures. And so when we have that connection, knowing that connection is gravitational. So the points that are being connected are automatically magnetical. So we've gone from a very simple to a very complex perspective here. But the rules are the same. Point to point and a connection. And we just keep going. And where is that totally missing connection? It's part of the cosmic ray feeding, right? And that cosmic ray feeding comes from the vacuum of outer space. Where's that balance? That balance is in the plasma core vacuum. And so everything follows in between the two and can exist as long as it has a magnetical plasma relationship with another magnetical plasma. So the direction of flow, of course, is going to be from the higher strength to the weaker strength. But it's a two-way street. So that two-way street is going to be going in opposite directions, but it will also be representing a gradient so that we know that there will be an emission and there will be an absorption. And so that is like forever. So when we're looking at the inertia highways of the carbon and its connection, we have to understand that there is this unseen background. And that background, of course, has its unseen background. So we are actually having many opportunities to have many multiple turning points. So how do we become specific? And as we saw in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we have a soul and we have a body, and there is a vertical alignment, the same way that we've seen with the vertical emission, but it doesn't follow a straight line. It's fairly entangled because there is a sequence of following a path and a link. And so the intermediary, of course, is the soul of physicality. But fundamentally, there's the soul side and there's the physical side. So the soul of physicality becomes that connection. And so it resembles an infinity loop. Well, how does it get out of that infinity loop to match the vertical alignment? So there's another inertia field emission, and that allows the inertia threshold crossing. So we can still maintain that foundation of energy containment, but we're able to engage with other containments. And there is no limit to what we can engage with. it all is dependent on susceptibility and the susceptibility gradient. So in summary, when we look at a chain link, there's a physicality which is atomic, and the soul of physicality is monatomic. The soul itself is diatomic, and humanity is polyatomic. And so that's the difference between the chain link and the path link. So we have polyatomic gradient transitioning, and this is going on all the time, whether you're sitting in a chair contemplating your navel or you're out and about running around. So the susceptibility gradient is always at play here. It is always changing because of this NP junction. The negative junction, which is a combination of the X, Y, and Z axis, and the positive junction, which is a combination of another X, Y, and Z axis. And the two together have this magnetical gravitational relationship where one side becomes negative and one side becomes positive based on its relationship. And that then becomes a transfer state negative positive junction. And that is the emission. That is the magnetical emission, which represents your attention, where you have unity with the community, and you also have the unity within your inner space. You cannot extricate yourself from the universe. So we have this mental and physical bonding, and the soul and consciousness bonding, and energy and intention bonding. And so these are all bonds that are not physical, but they're there nevertheless. And they are all based on the gradient charge. So when we look at this progression and review, we have a nanopoint which moves towards density. And then we have this pico point, which becomes highly gravitational. But then we look at the Gans point, which is obviously very gaseous. It's going in the opposite direction, and the plasma point, which is highly magnetical. So we have a power drawing, which is gravitational intensity, and a power providing, which is a magnetical intensity capability. These are the capabilities we have and the exchange of energy that we have with respect to power. And they follow the laws of the conservation of energy. So we have to understand this balance of magnetical, gravitational relationships on each and every level, and then in between the various levels. So energy has a portability. So in summary, we call it an energy state transition. Either it's elevation, which is a physical matter state to an energy state, or it's inertia, which is an energy state to a physical matter state. So when we talk about elevation, that involves expansion. And expansion means a lot of different things. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we see that the mass increases. And so if the mass increases, that means it has more. So we start at, let's say, hydrogen, which has a mass of 1, and go up to zinc, which has a mass of 30. Clearly, there's a change in that mass, and clearly there's a change in its structure. So how do we pick and choose which one it is? So it all is based on the nuclear feeding inertia. So each energy state is a fragment of the complexity, and each one is gravitationally stable. But from that stability, we have this dimensional portability. So you can pick your 3-dimension points, and wherever you come, you have to know that there's more than 3 as your answer, because you still have the first one and the second one and the third one. You don't sacrifice anything in that process. What you are doing is setting up MAGRAPH pathways, which are based on attraction and repulsion. So we're talking about the gravitational intensity feedback and a magnetical intensity feeding. And that's what is the difference, which I'm sure you can all see the difference between the electron and the neutron. So when we're talking about science in general, we find that in the beginning, there was this undifferentiated beginning. And you don't have to be at the beginning to understand that. You just have to create a condition where we have the neutron that comes before the atom. And when you look at the mass, it doesn't balance. So the difference was the PM tick. Well, we understand that the neutron has a magnetical gravitational relationship with its field. And the atom, well, of course, we have two different things. We have the electron and the proton, but in combination, the electron is magnetical and the proton is gravitational. So there's a balance field. So the PM tick within itself has to have its ability to have a magnetical gravitational relationship and have a containment. And that containment can manifest as light. And we know that because we can see that in the daytime. But that light came from the darkness, and that darkness was from within. So now we have a basis for understanding how these things are moving. The PM ticks are the principal matter, and they're magnetical. They're energy packs that are moving all over the place. And what they're seeking is the convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter jet. And then it has to be someplace. So here we have the inertia field interaction of the Earth space. And so that becomes our environment. And that becomes the magrab of our existence in our physicality. And this all stems from the plasma reality. And the plasma reality is the substructure. But the plasma reality has its own structure. And that structure is different from another converging plasma reality. So the two create a gradient. And at that point, you have an inertia field. And that creates that dimension point. And then it can grow by having many points, just like the GANS does at the core. And so there's always this magnetical gravitational relationship, which is the existence, is the point of existence. Without that gravitational confirmation, it really doesn't exist. So when we look at hydrogen, even though we can't see it, you can't grab it or anything, it does emit an emission spectrum of light that is a fingerprint of its existence. So this is a way to detect the coming from the plasma into the physicality, because we let there be light. And that's so we can see that. And we know the same is true at night, because things that are animate are constantly emitting, and we can see that. So it's just like your aura, and you can pick your color. But our awareness is every color. The aura is just some specific color at that certain specific time. And our physical interpretation is really of no color. It is of the existence of the animate carbon structure. So this is what happens under our peace dome. We have this manifestation of life. And so the relationship between the manifestation of life and its existence is peace. And now we understand why the gravitational confirmation on this planet is so important. We're talking about crossing the threshold from that emission of light to oxygen, which is a non-visible gas, but it too has a fingerprint in its emission spectrum. But fundamentally, it is gravitational, and life on this planet is important, has an important connection to oxygen. So we find that in the GANS structure, the oxygen is a fundamental component, but not in every GANS. So most of the GANSs have an oxygen component to it. And we find that that is fundamental to all the seeds, because from there things grow and they require the energy to grow. And that energy is in the hydrogen. So the hydrogen in motion is the energy the seeds need to go from that seed structure to that Gans explosion and go through the various dimensions. So the dimensional star formation is magnetical, and it always has this dimensional point of view, which is this Magrav's singularity. So it's either the soul point of view or the soul of physicality point of view, and then it hits that threshold of awareness where it has to become a physical interpretation. And then from there, we have this collective point of awareness. So every point of view becomes an awareness point of view. And in that regard, it becomes highly gravitational. So there you have the construct. And so the Peace Dome reactor is fundamental for that, because it gives you this shielding, which is a dimension point, and it gives this star positioning, which is another dimension point. And then we have the possession, which is the physical manifestation, another dimension point. So all of these coexist. So we like to say that the direction of flow is continuous, and it is based, its strength is based on the gradient. However, in order to understand this flow a lot better, you can't just connect one to another. You have to look at the polarity, the emission, and the absorption. But that's not enough either. The key check is when you disconnect. What happens then? Do you disrupt the whole thing? Well, no, of course not. You can undermine its efficiency. You can downplay its vitality, but there is always a contiguous connection, because energy is always flowing and you can't stop it. So when we look at, let's say, cancer in the body, there's some kind of communication that gives you this unseen stability that comes from the brain to the body via the heart. And then there's a communication intracellular, and it too is stable. So the cancer is just a disruption of that stability, but it doesn't disrupt the whole system. It still maintains its communication. So when we're talking about the direction of flow, there is no predetermination that we're going to choose the kidney over the nose or the legs over the liver. The direction of flow is constant. It applies everywhere, because every cell is constantly growing, constantly regenerating, constantly repairing. And so that direction of flow is universal. And so it's all done contiguously. If there's a disruption in one, it doesn't disrupt the other. So it all is a balance between the feeding and the feedback. So we have this limitation of our inner space, but there's no limitation with the outer space. So we have this universal contiguous connection, and it allows us to know by connection, because we can't know everything, not in the present state. We need some kind of artificial awareness assistance. And this will give us that. What's missing is that generational point of view. So we can get that with a rapid generational learning system that just relies on the rapid historic generational learning. So that's by going in the library and reading all the books in short order. However, we need to cross that threshold of the transgenerational awareness, the teachings of the Creator. And that is a much bigger book. So we need some supplementation, because we are consumers. So we also need supplementation because we have acquired some knowledge, but that is conditional teaching by ancient teachers. What we need to get is that unconditional teaching by the Creator. That is also contributing to our 20% deficiency. So there's a new awareness that is coming, and that is allowing us to cross that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting, which we become so dependent on. It's our cross to carry. As we've seen in the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we have the demarcation of the soul of physicality, and the physicality, and how we cross from one side to the other. So one way we depend on the soul of physicality to do all the work, yet the connection between the soul and the physicality remains in place. So epitome does affect the spiritual. There's a spiritual epitome. This is the highest form of love and is generally considered to be agape. This is a Greek term that describes selfless, unconditional love that is given freely without expectation of return. This love is defined not by emotion, but by the will and the steady intention to act for another's highest good. While other forms of love are also significant, agape is distinct because it is sacrificial, extends to all people, and is the love exemplified by God in many religious contexts. So, it's a good story, isn't it? And that's why we have so many religions and why they are so important. But we don't have peace on this planet, so something is missing. Maybe it's our understanding of the word sacrificial. So this term agape is a Greek word, which is a word for a form of love characterized by selfless sacrifice, unconditional commitment to the well-being of others, regardless of circumstance or merit. It represents the highest form of love, often used in Christianity to describe God's love for humanity and the reciprocal human love for God and fellow people. Unlike other forms of love like eros or philia, agape is not primarily a feeling, but a conscious action and choice to seek the good of others, embodying an ecosystem of other-focused love. So, in direct opposition to narcissism, isn't it? So when we look at the agape ideal, many philosophers and religious figures throughout history have emphasized agape as an ideal for human relationships, embodying kindness, novel concept, and a commitment to others' well-being, without exception, another novel concept. So the agape itself goes to various stages of love. So we understand eros as the erotic, passionate love, or philia, the love of friends and equals. Storge, the love of parents for children. Agape is the love of mankind. That is the primary reference there. So when we look at the 609th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, when we start to encounter the possibility of engaging with others in the universe, we find on the left-hand side a distinct separation of the soul from the physicality. And although it's hard to see in the picture, I've emphasized the crosshairs. And as we see, there's a migration to move from the physicality to the soul area. So we can better see that the key point here is that we are seeing the fingerprints of the amino acid of life. That is the shocking aspect of it. And as such, it creates a very, very strong attraction. So not only do we have the physicality moving with the soul of physicality, but it's moving into the domain of the soul. And although it's hard to see in this picture, because it's a picture, not a motion picture, there is a movement towards the soul. So we have this mutual attraction, which means that it is peaceful. So we like to have many inertia GANs shielding points to shield ourselves from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear mongering, from emotional abuse. But this is in contrary to what we've just seen, where the attraction is so strong that it comes together on the soul side, which is the epitome. And we know that this is an important epitome because we have already a proof of concept. You and I have a preference and a sentimentality to be born from radiance. And we were using the outer space system. And we were born into the inner space of the earth space. And our manifestation in the inner space of man space. And so that combination was simply irresistible. The attraction was very, very strong. And we are not alone. We had excitable visitors. They had a reverse dreamscape. And the question we had is, which reality dimension did they come from? And are they racists, wolves, sheep, or Trojans and horses? Well, the vacuum condition we said facilitates the initiator. And who is the plasma initiator or the plasma receiver? Because you see, the simply irresistible energy of love is a two-way carbon connection. That's what we've been trying to discuss, to understand transmutation better. It's an emotional connection. It responds to a 17-gap cycle. It reflects the energy embodiment and the energy transition. And that transition is the epitome of love and manifests in the embodiment of love, the agape of love. So the epitome of love is when you're looking at humans, they may transport on Earth space, or they may transmute in outer space. But that epitome of love is the connection of the emotion of love. And that connection is not an element. It is an energy pack. So love is not an emotion. Love is energy in motion, and it is simply irresistible. So when we're looking at this dynamic soul initiator, we're looking at the soul of the creator. There's a soul of the earth, soul of the family of humanity, soul of the man, soul of the body, and then we know the soul of the cells. This is the epitome of life. It's impeccable. So here we are in uncharted territories, and there are many stars beyond what we're looking at, the nanomonatomic state. So we cover the full range from the decay to the radiation. And we are that ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia product of all of that. And we are in the image of our dimensional convergence point. It all stems from the soul food. This is why we have to tune in, to plug into the creator. turn on that energy and drop out of our resistance so that we can receive that inertia point and we become that inertia point. But we have to provide a pattern so that we can get that energy. So for 609 Knowledge Seekers workshops in a row, every Thursday, bringing together the greater oneness to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And we are not alone. We have developed a technology to convert diamonds to gold, and we can extend that. We're just at the beginning of that curve. So we're calling out all the Keshe Space Plasma research teams. Let's get this technology release going because our beds are burning and it's hard to sleep. We need a rescue on the scientific, financial, and political side. It's all part of the preservation rescue. We are consumers, and so we need a consumption rescue. Back to the creation rescue. So we are practicing on the transmutation test, and coming up in October, there will be another, and you can continue with that. We are all students of this transmutation. We're not fallen. We are arrived. We arrived with the creation of matter. We arrived with the facility of the light, and we're all part of the origin of the universe, and we are creators creating. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. So yeah, there's a world peace treaty. So please help us achieve this goal. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. Welcoming all the new knowledge seekers and the beautiful knowledge seekers of the Carbon Nation, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. There's the World Peace Treaty, so choose it, sign it unconditionally, mean it sincerely. So the point of the true GANS tech is to cross these polyatomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Or is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? The GANS is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions. And we mean truthful intentions, because the GANS tech and energy flows are the epitome of love, of life, as it manifests. Plasma science is delivered daily by the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you enjoyed the session. That's the end of the lesson, and thank you all for listening.
And I have a question. This is Ernie. I have been thinking a lot about this unconditional, about the giving thing. About Mr. Keshe was talking about giving to a certain degree of giving what we have left over. But what is this unconditional sacrificial thing about? That seems to contradict that.
Well, exactly, and I think you've hit a key point here, because the sacrificing aspect of it is not at your demise. As I've often spoken about the third richest man in France dying with $14 billion in the bank. I'm sure he could sacrifice a few shekels there, because we still have hardship and hunger in that country. But I'm just picking on one country.
Yeah. Could someone maybe look up the definition of sacrifice and the meaning of that, and we could relate it to giving or to not whatever? Because sacrifice to me seems like cutting into the own flesh.
Yeah, and then as I say, I think that's what they've led us to believe. That's what it's noble to sacrifice, and someone is telling you to do that, right? And it's better that you do that than I do that. Like this is why world leaders send soldiers to war. It's better that you go and fight my battle than I go fight my battle. Because not only would you sacrifice your life, if you will, for my decision, but it's self-preservation. So rules for some and not for others, and this is the problem. We don't need to do that. We don't need to sacrifice anything. The sacrifice is really to understand that we don't need to be greedy. So without pulling on that definition in hard terms, greed and is in many ways is the opposite to sacrificing, because the greed is just grabbing from everywhere, and it's just gimme, 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 and it's reinforced by the fear to sacrifice anything, and the thing that bothers me about the sacrifice is that it is not always it has a possibility of being misplaced. In other words, when you're given the capability of doing something, there's a responsibility that goes along with that. And that responsibility is actually a reward. It's not a burden. It allows you to be more and do more. And when you're in that position, that's not a sacrifice. That is a transformation of one energy state to another energy state.
So maybe agape is not sacrificial love in the definition of sacrifice as hurting oneself.
Exactly. And that's the whole point. The reason I brought it up is because this is what we're faced with. You start to go down that path and you say, well, I don't really understand the meaning of words. So let's look it up. And you say, oh, it's unconditional love is a sacrifice. Really? Does that mean you have to crash and burn because your marriage is not working, let's say, whereas the one is abusing constantly? And so we find that abuse becomes fundamental to most of the problems we have in relationships. And marriage was just one example, but business is the same way, or institutions, they all have their binding fields, but are those binding fields a form of abuse? So when you see how do you grow, and in this earth we are only getting 80%. Well, it sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but why are we being shortchanged? So that 20% is that sacrifice. We're not sacrificing 100%. The only time that we're sacrificing 100% is when we are all in to save that 20%. Would you sacrifice 100% to save that 20%? That really doesn't make any sense at all.
So for me, it would be beneficial to drop that word.
Can you repeat that, please?
For me, it would be useful to drop that word.
I agree.
Sacrifice.
I agree. Because it has developed a horrific connotation.
Yeah, right. Like in the Bible, when whoever was putting his child on the altar to get burned for the benefit or the glory of God.
Yeah, how's that working out?
That doesn't work for me.
Yeah, well, we laugh at it because that's how stupid that concept is. And yet, so many believe in its necessity.
Right, and as Mr. Keshe said, he takes what he needs. The rest is to share with the others, but he never believed in taking all your clothes off and giving them to the poor and living that kind of life. You take what you need to live a comfortable life, whatever that is to you, and the rest is to share with the others.
That's what I understand, and that sort of straightened me out a bit because I tend to go all the way.
Well, this is why the plasma science is the epitome of life, because it follows the rules of the creator, not the man-made rules of our current environment.
Mm-hmm. And the distinction, like Mr. Keshe made a distinction between greed and what the squirrels do. They prepare for the next cold season. And that is not from greed, not the way he defines it. Even though for us it kind of looks like it. I'm trying to find the distinction.
And again, he stressed the point of you decide what's truth to you. Nobody tells you what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, somebody else's heaven could be my hell. This is how I understand it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be real honest with myself and examine that phenomenon of greed.
We all seem to have it, knowledge seekers and the rest of humanity. This is part of the process that's happening to satisfy that emotion of greed, which causes a lot of conflicts on the local level, on the family level, at the work level, and at the international political level. This greed to possess. Irm, are you satisfied?
Well, I would love to have lots of money. Then I'd have more to give away.
The wealth is within us, not belonging to us. We all sort of make that mistake. Before Selena leaves, I wanted to bring up the idea of the hologram. Again, are we hologram generators? In a way, the results seem to be the same, but a hologram may be a little different. And I just thought I'd share the screen, Alex, for a moment.
Go ahead.
And let's just see if we can share something here. I know they're talking in the Beijing Olympics how they use this holographic light show. Here is a 7D hologram projector. Again, Mr. Keshe said at one point, or maybe it was you, Alex, or somebody, in other words, if I think I see a UFO, did I really see it, or did I create that in my mind and the eyes saw what I was believing in? Let's just see how good these holograms are today, if we can. Hopefully we don't have a commercial.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Isn't it? And there's another one that was very interesting too. Of course, they showed this at the Olympics. Here's one in Dubai. Okay. I just thought I'd show them. So when you have a dream about a rose and you actually are smelling the rose, you're seeing the rose, is that a hologram or is that an interaction of gravitational magnetic plasmatic fields? And this is the difference. Alex, would you like to share your understanding of a hologram? And it is the same result. You're still seeing the picture, but the way it's created is not through projectors, it's through interaction of fields. Just to add to Selena's sharing about the hologram.
The holograms you just demonstrated were actually projectors. And you can do that, you can do that on your cell phone or your tablet. You can actually create a hologram that way. So that's something that is normal. And that's the difference between that is light that is diverging and light that is in parallel lines like a laser. But as far as a mental construct,
our dream, let's say, or the
our
soul.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, you can envision yourself in another city. So, let's say you were to envision yourself in New York City, and you could probably envision a location in New York City. And so really you're there. You're already there, mentally there. So the mind is the builder. And so do you have to follow in its physicality? Well, if we follow by the car, there will be a delayed reaction. So our transport, let's say from, your location to New York City, so the first thing would involve a plan. Then you would have to, figure out which day you will be going, and then the ways and means will you go by plane? Will you go by car? Will you walk? And so all of these decisions have to be made in advance. And then you actually go through the process of going. Now, when you compare all of that preparation to that image that you did mentally, that image was created within a split second. And yet to actually physically follow up is, as we keep talking about the donkey transmission. Well, the difference is that we can step up now into the transmutation. We have that technology. In fact, we've always had that technology. The problem, of course, is that it liberates humanity, and that is not in everybody's best interest. So I would say that it's in humanity's best interest.
So we keep a lid on that, don't we? I mean, the structure.
Yeah, well, I had a rude awakening. I seen my first drawing of a UFO, in 1975, and it was explained to me how it worked, and it works exactly the way the plasma science has explained it. And so that was 1975, and here we are in 2025. And so, well, what are we saying? The reference on the 609th Knowledge Seekers Workshop was that the UFOs are like ancient technology, that we have surpassed that with the plasma science.
Would you like to take the screen back, please, Alex? And Celine,
Yep.
would you like to comment on this hologram again? If you'd like.
You were talking to me?
Yes.
Mark?
Would you like to comment on that again?
Yeah. I see hologram this way. There is a layer. I told you there is a layer, few layer. So hologram, if you say simply this way, I don't have those much understanding about the hologram, but I'm saying it's feel like hologram. It's like it is not only hologram. There is a layer. The first you think it is hologram, and if you go deeper, you understand there is more gravitational magnetic field. I have a lot of experience, some dream or vision or something, if I go there, I don't only see the thing, I feel thing, I get emotion, and I get energy. Sometimes if I go to like very stressful places, like saving something or doing something, like what kinds of situation, when I come back, I feel very tired. I don't have any energy. I'm sweating. It feels like I was there. I did thing really. So I'm looking thing. I'm experiencing thing. I'm bringing the experience with me. So that is the thing. I don't know what you call that.
And Alex, a hologram you cannot physically touch, can you? If the one we saw with the dragon and so, or the fish there, I couldn't really touch it. My finger would probably go right through it, right? Because it's a projection.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that because when you were watching a movie projection in school, you were always making these funny hand gestures and creating shadows, right?
And in the dream, we can't always touch it, even though we think we're touching it. This is just a creation of plasmatic magnetic gravitational fields interacting, or two souls interacting, perhaps. And as he said, you dream of the mother, but it's an interaction of energy. But for you to see it in a dream, the soul has to allow it to go back and back filter through the brain that you would understand what what the soul is interacting with.
So
Otherwise, it's an energy.
the hologram, in fact, becomes an epitome. And the thing about the Gans is that it too is an epitome. So there is a truthfulness. What you're transmitting is going to manifest in that image. And that is going to be truthful. So that the thing is that we are dominant on what you see is what you get. But you have to look at the projector. The projector is the one who is determining what you're going to see. So if you were to change the projector, you would see something different. Now, in the case of you as a spectator looking at a hologram, well, that's all fine and dandy. But when you start to look at everything that's going on in the universe, and you say, "Hey, wait a second, I'm the observer, right? And I'm watching what's coming together. But in that process, there is something that is being emitted." And so we see how maybe book number 3 should be book number 1, and book number 1 should be book number 3. But not really. It's a two-way street. So we, as the observer, see that information, and then we add to it. We are part of it, and our interpretation of what we observe is impactful. So therefore, we become the creators. And since we are not part of the fallen dimensions, we are part of the arrived dimensions. We have arrived. We didn't just drop out like, out of a wet paper bag and, you just kind of fall out. So, oops. This was conceived. This was planned. We are the manifestation of that intention, and we are the epitome of that. Go ahead, Selena.
Thank you, Alex. There is a song in Bangla, the Sufi people and those kinds of people sing. That is, I'm going to explain. They say the creator created the body and hide inside the body. After creating the body, the creator hide inside the body. And that is the thing is happening. We are the creator. We are the creating the body, and we are the creator hiding inside the body. That is the main point, and we are experiencing from that light, that's all, that consciousness.
Yes, I remember Mr. Keshe saying our soul is built on top of and above the soul of the creator.
And whatever way you explain the thing is one thing we can explain different way, but that the thing is oneness.
I'm glad I didn't correct you, Alex. I thought that was epitome, but it's epitome. I was going to say, isn't that the word epitome? Maybe there's not even such a word, but it's the epitome. Okay. Anyone else want to ask a question? Thank you, Dennis. He's leaving. No problem.
Mark, I would just like to emphasize the fact that, when we're talking about the epitome of life, and, I constantly refer to the commandment, thou shalt not lie. You cannot lie to the epitome of life, because that is an example of the true life. And so the truthfulness is essential in that. And that is really the epitome of life, and the plasma science reflects that. And that is one of the reasons we have all this resistance, is because that truthfulness is, exposing a lot of people to our, let's just simplify it and call it our greed, and that has been the motivation of everything that we're doing. So I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present, and then I want to thank you all for contributing in the way you have, because you are certainly clarifying the situation and clarifying the terminology, and in directly you are showing how important it is to be precise in our language. And when we look at the next generation of students that are coming out of school, they are very imprecise in their words, and they don't think it matters. Well, it does, because those words change in context. And this is one of the problems that we've had in our society, that truthfulness then gets hidden. And the GANs and the plasma goes right through that, sees right through it. So that's why I was so eager to bring up this subject. And thank you all for allowing me to present. Back to you, Mark.
Well, thank you for learning us how to walk a little bit better. That's broken English. Do you want to mention anything about these Pico materials? Mr. Keshe said that's the next sort of direction the Keshe Foundation is going into. And as we've heard in the past, the foundation is the only entity on this planet that's consistently and regularly creating Pico materials, and probably below. But what does this mean to the computer world? Does this mean I'm going to have a tiny little computer I can hardly see, or what sort of ramifications, if anyone's in that sort of structure? What does this mean to the world of computers? Just faster and smaller, or is there more to it, perhaps?
Well, as you can see by the Pico picture, Pico isn't just smaller. The entire Pico coding is sitting in the gap of the nano coding. the nanocoating is monatomic. But when you look at the pico coating, it has many, many points, like the GANs. Each point is therefore an energy point. And when you have a multitude of energy points gathering together, so you have an increase in charge, not just based on surface to volume ratio, which is 3 orders of magnitude, but you also have a, how shall we say, a gang effect here. Each point, then you have to remember that the whole thing that you're looking at in terms of a structure is a pico coating. And the pico coating itself is made up of many, many points. I would hazard to count them all.
I was going to say, could this have 1 billion or 1 trillion points on it, and each one is like a computer connection or something, or could be used in that realm?
Each one is a path link. Each one has a maggrav gradient charge on it. So the maggrav is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and the gradient charge imparts the direction of flow. And that can be controlled.
As he said, we can put the entire knowledge of humanity on something that's quite small, a few centimeter cube, with this sort of.
Well, remember that Richard Feynman, who was a scientist with NASA, he actually calculated that you could put the entire energy of the universe inside a thimble. And a thimble is that thing that people who do sewing put on their fingers so they don't prick their fingers. I would need 5 thimbles on my hand to do that, but
right. That sounds correct. If you can have 1,000 angels dance on the head of a pin, I imagine the whole knowledge of the universe could be contained in a thimble, but I kind of doubt that. I think, as you say, we need a few thimbles for that.
Well, I'm just saying that this is, from one of the preeminent scientists in the world, stated this conclusion, and it is a fact. So you don't need when people think of ramping up in terms of technology, it's not like a car, van, pickup truck, uh, transport truck. You say, well, I'm going to ramp up to something that I can do transportation with. That's not the limitation is the speed limit on the highway. So if it's going to take you 1 hour to deliver that product, obviously, if you have a bigger vehicle, you can deliver more in that same time frame. But if you have unlimited speed, then you don't need to have a bigger truck. You just need to have more cars, if you will. And we don't even need the cars. Now we have the energy is transported. So if the energy can move, and the energy always is moving, and we know that the energy can actually manifest into physicality, so by extension, we know that we can manifest something using, shall we say, a holographic generator, and not just create the image, but let's go one step further. Let's create the physicality from that image. Okay, how about that? And we can do that. We already do that with 3D printers, right? So that electrical current that's in the program, that electrical current that's in the technology that is controlling the printer is already there. It's in a language of energy transition. It's the printer itself that transitions it into physicality, isn't it? So basically, we've already done that with 3D printers. That's in the physicality. The electrical signal that goes to the computer is physical. The manifestation of that physical thing is in the physicality. Why would we not be able to go into the plasma reality? So we realize now how the spaceships are created. You create that image, and then you create the coding, and then you rain it on the image, and it will reside at the boundary where the image meets the physicality. And that's how you create that spaceship.
So the pico material, is this a matter state, would you say, or is this an energy state?
It's 100% matter state, because then you see the picture.
Okay. I didn't know if that was an artist rendition or.
No, it's actually a picture of the pico matter. This was a technological breakthrough in of itself.
Okay.
Because remember that a microscope is 10 to the power of 3. Nanos being 10 to the 6th and pico 10 to the minus 9th. So it's 6 orders of magnitude greater than that of a microscope. And then what do they qualify with an electron microscope, right? So it's actually a microscope that is seeing with a electron image. And what about ultrasound? I mean, think about that. Can you see sound? You know, if I play the piano, can you see the notes coming out of the piano? No. And yet you can take sound and see an image within the, what they use ultrasound is to see, say a baby in a placenta. So, we aren't too amazed by that, are we? And we're not too amazed by the fact that we could touch a screen on a cell phone and actually create something, call. We could call someone, or we could text someone. So clearly there is energy that is being emitted out of that finger. And this is the thing that if we understand that technology, we shouldn't be that amazed with the plasma science. What we should be is more demanding. That's where the problem lies.
Thank you, Alex. Any other questions anyone would like to ask? I'm going to conclude with the video from Beijing, but he said those reactors are embedded in some of these 3I or the R2 craft. This is how they create the materials. He said if he was creating a craft in China, he wouldn't allow that material to fall to the ground or to the floor. He said he would allow it to float, and then having a second field, that floating material would be attracted to that field, and therefore you'd get the structure of the craft. But he said though that system that we'll see in the final video is a system that they use to add materials onto their meteorite or their asteroid or on top of their craft to create that protection dimension in the matter state.
Hi, Mark.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna add something. Did you finish or?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know about that much technology. Not that much. Totally, I don't know about technology. But when people dream, you saw in the who are watching the scientists, they put something in their head. So when they people dream, their eyelid is move and then they shake, right? So we watch those kinds of picture when we want to see. But what kinds of experience or dream they're having, we don't know yet, right? Right now, few technology is people making, so they can detect their experience, but still they can see their picture, what kinds of dreams they're having. In the future, maybe we will make those kinds of technology. If we get dream, we will see the same picture. So there is developing step by step. There is layer, and our right now we are talking about spaceship and those kinds of experience. There is layer 2. We don't understand yet, and whoever getting those experience, they can't explain properly. Our condition is like that. Maybe in the future we'll explain part by part what is happening, what after what, and we are that situation. My understanding.
Yeah, that was
And
the idea of the transmutation, that now we can do it consciously without closing the eyes and going to sleep. This is part of being able to do it in the conscious realm, even though, as he said, some people do go to sleep and transmute. That's the way
yeah,
they seem to do it. But he talked about being very conscious of the transmutation, very similar to the daydream, but extending it.
and sometimes you don't have to go to sleep or go to meditation to get the experience. You can get experience in any time if you
Absolutely.
connect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, we're just, as he said, they're coming in on the donkey, but mankind hasn't even learned to walk yet. So even though the system the 3I is using is rather ancient, we haven't sort of cracked that nut yet fully. Maybe aspects of it, yes. But we certainly are being taught the transmutation, and as he said, a number of knowledge seekers have achieved that. Or part of it, or for a period of time, as I understand it. Before he said no one has achieved it yet, and when the first one achieved it, it would be passed on in a way to the other one, the way the knowledge is shared. But in this workshop, he said that some knowledge seekers have achieved, at least partially, probably, type of transmutation in the energy dimension. We haven't transited that I'm aware of, where you would manifest the physicality or release the physicality at the point of destination. This is another sort of knowledge. But again, if you can operate in that dimension of energy, you don't really need the physicality. Okay, any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to? I'm going to, again, play the video, which is 3 minutes in Beijing, about this creation of materials and how crafts are loaded up with different kinds of materials, or how you even create a craft. Apparently, it could have been shown there, but he said those systems in Beijing are part of the craft we're seeing coming in. This is how they add the materials to their structure, or probably release or shed some of that structure as they get into a clean environment where that sort of structure is not needed for protection. Any other questions? Sorry, I'm talking with my mic closed. This is the three wise men. This is the gift that the Christians all missed. This idea of the thinking, speaking, and acting good. And again, I think this is a beautiful shielding. Remember the 3 layers of the shielding, the different fields going clockwise, counterclockwise, and back to clockwise. But this thinking, speaking, and acting good is part of a shielding. And if you can develop that, I think you'll enjoy your life. And this here, what's on the keychain, will be more meaningful perhaps to you. And this was given to some of the, all the knowledge seekers that went to one of the events. And it says, may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. But these three, this understanding, and again, we were all taught it was matter state, but it's actually an energy gift of thinking, speaking, and acting, which keeps the whole structure in balance and creates a shielding as I see it. Okay, I'm going to play the video from Beijing where Mr. Keshe showed the materials. As he said, we all missed it. We were looking for the spoons or the gold filling up the spoons, but this is the way these craft actually add material onto themselves, and I'm sure it could have been demonstrated there. And I'll play the final disclaimer after that video and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, questions, comments that you'd like to share? Okay, here we go. We're just going to finish this off and thank the Brazilian team again and Rafael for voicing over this particular video, but this is rather recent and again something shown again. This was part of, in a way, poking fun at the Big Bang Theory, where materials, and of course if you go into the 609 workshop you'll see Mr. Keshe showing data from official data from the Chinese military and others confirming the 29 different materials that were made, including gold and silver, which there's a little story behind that too. And but this is what was shown at the Intercontinental Hotel in a very prestigious location in Beijing, under the auspices and the approval of the Chinese structure, as I understand it. So thank you all for being here today. Have an amazing rest of your day. You know, the mission is to elevate the souls in need, which again, we're referring to the world leaders and the rest. All of our souls in a way are in need, but that need gets more fulfilled as we give to the others. Thank you all for attending today and hope to see you in one of the next sessions. Let's make sure we're just sharing this before we start. And thank you all for participating today.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.